our relationship to that technology. We don't have to be afraid anymore. We don't. When we're working in community with community, it's not them and us, it's just us. And it gives us the power to shape it any way that we need, and it becomes ours. And when that happens, it allows us to leave behind a lot of the things that we struggle with. I read the number that said 2 minutes, and now I'm... So when... I gotta stop reading. So we get to leave behind a lot of the things that we struggle with. So one day we won't have to negotiate access to our information because we'll have it. Like, it'll be right here. We won't have to worry about our sensitive cultural material being misused because we'll be the ones caring for it. One of the biggest things for me is we get to define, we have the right to define what our needs are. So we don't have to cut down the bush and build data centers. We can communities sharing, working and building together is the way forward. And I understand that there are technical issues, trade-offs when we think about things like that, but I think the compounding benefits to community outweigh all of those, and I'll pick community every time. I know I'm almost done. So the two things I want to say before it's over is, one, you know, I didn't roll out of bed this morning and come up with this stuff. It's because of being with you, being introduced to amazing people and their incredible projects, help shape the way that we view the relationship between technology and communities. So now for that. Last thing I want to say is I spent my career in the community, like problem solving and putting out fires, looking at the things that are right in front of us, the needs, and then building the infrastructure to support those needs. So it's like identify and execute, identify and execute. So sometimes I like to make fun of academia and how thorough we need to investigate things before we can make decisions that move us ahead in a practical way. But I want to acknowledge that it's been how much it's benefited me to spend so much time in thoughtful conversations and meaningful contemplation with the other members of my team that I'm up here representing today. So Emily and Cassie and Jackson and Michael way at the back. So I just want to say that that was time well spent. Donington.
Thank you. So now let's get to the next session with Hugo, which is advancing Indigenous AI through connected research. And of course, you know, research is very, very important. It's very, very serious. So Hugo, can we invite you up to the stage to address the next panel? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And I see some of our panelists coming up, so please take a seat. I'm really glad today to be hosting this panel. We'll talk about research, mapping abundance, advancing Indigenous AI through connected research. So I'm Hugo Larochelle, I'm Scientific Director here at Mila, and I'm really happy and feel privileged to be hosting this conversation with my guests here. Before I jump into questions, I think it might be interesting for everyone to say a few words about themselves and introduce themselves. So Jackson, Sean, Danica, and Carrie, if you could say a few words about yourself. Maybe start with Jackson.
Hello. Sego skanagoa sebo gwego wakwat nung marardo. Ganyan geha gatu yonsta. Degani yaso gwali New Oxenoda. Jackson Yunyats Lewin de Oxenazare. Ashwego Rono. Jikana Dahare. Nituageno. Ganyan gahaga. New Wakahonsonta. Waknya Yolta. New Waktorona. Otek no Sarah ready while we sock Sitho Omon Jogine Otek. Hi everybody, my name is Jackson Two Bears. I'm here with our crew, Emily, Cassie, Michael, and Gary from OTech Labs and Through the Red Door, and also representing Abundant Intelligences. Thank you. Nice to meet you. I'm from Six Nations, Grand River, Turtle Clan, Mohawk.
Sean, how about you go next?
Fantastic. So, Quay, good morning. Sean Hillier. I mixed Mi'kmaq and Irish-French. Member of the Halapu First Nation, was born and raised on the southwest coast of Newfoundland. Here today representing Connected Minds with my colleague Danica and Michael. I'm an associate professor at York University, and I also oversee or sit on the National Interagency Panel on Research Ethics.
Yeah, Carrie, please.
Aloha mai kako. I'm Dr. Kari Kehalani Noe. I'm the director of the Center for Indigenous Innovation in Data and Emerging Technology at the University of Hawaii system. And I'm also the pod lead for the Hawaii Pai Aina pod, and it's part of Abundant Intelligences. And I'm Kanaka Maoli, and I'm from Kauai originally, but now I live on Oahu, working at the University of Hawaii West Oahu.
Wonderful. And Danica?
Awashtano. Good morning, everyone. I'm Danica Pollock-Potts. I'm from the Alexis Nakota Sioux First Nation, and as Sean mentioned, I'm here with Connected Minds, and I'm an assistant professor at York University in the Department of Communication and Media Studies.
Wonderful. So it'd be great to hear about these two specific programs, Abundant Intelligences and Connected Minds. Having heard these programs, you might figure out why we chose the wording for this particular panel in this way. And so maybe Abundant Intelligences, hearing a little bit about this. I don't know if Jackson, you could say a few words, and then Carrie, you can add a little bit.
Sure, Sego, thank you. So Abundant Intelligences, as you probably maybe know a little bit about, we are a international research program. Started, I think we're now in about year 3, just about the midterm mark of our current research, initial research phase. We started this project, if you can imagine, 3 years ago, and the landscape looked really different in the space of AI. There's certainly a lot less of us, Indigenous folks anyway, having these conversations. And so really at the outset, one of the initial goals of Abundant Intelligences was to just to kickstart and initiate some of those conversations, so that those conversations moved outside of academia and outside of some of the places where those things were happening, and actually into community, and to generate and build the kinds of relationships that could support the sort of research that we were hoping to do. So, and I should say, on the one hand, certainly 3 years ago, and maybe still is true today, what was always at the forefront of the research we wanted to do was to all the things. Again, I know I'm speaking, preaching to the choir here, but for sure, protecting cultural material, thinking really deeply about sustainability and our responsibilities to the rest of the living universe. And also just ensuring that the kinds of tech that we might develop or that might come into our communities would be serving us rather than, as Gary said, something happening to us. So that has always been kind of at the forefront on the one side. On the other side, though, has always been this kind of vision of trying to imagine what AI could do for us. Like many of you, we ended up working some big broad brushstrokes here, but working in the language revitalization space, thinking a lot about digital archiving and again, how we might re-envision that as ways that might work better for us. And then, of course, a broad range of projects. So I should say that our network is spread out in Kari in Hawaii, and Aotearoa and Lakota Territory, Blackfoot Territory, and Jikarundo in Toronto. And so we're a large network that has always been built first on research that's happening at labs and institutions, but also really deeply connected with communities. So we run the Haudenosaunee Pod, which is connected closely with Six Nations, and you just heard Gary speak. But that is universal to all the other pods that we have. So they're kind of set up as these research clusters inside universities that work really, really closely with communities that essentially drive all of that stuff forward. So all the questions and direction gets led by that kind of mechanism. Like a lot of the pods, ours is also focused in research and creation. So we do a lot of work that isn't just streamlined towards certain kind of goals, but we also try to really explore what abundant intelligences has always meant, which is thinking beyond just human deployed data sets, human use, but also, again, back to what we see as the intelligences of the living universe and the trees and the sky, the water. Bruce, Elijah, and I know I'm going on for quite a while. Geez, see when you get me started, just do the whole panel. The last thing I'm going to say,
You're doing great.
and then I won't
That's
say
perfect.
anything else the rest of the panel, is just to say that, just our deep investment in our responsibilities and our original instructions to this living universe and the intelligences and spirit that exists within that.
Gary, can you
Yeah.
think of something Jackson hasn't covered? Or
Yeah, no, he covered a lot. He covered most of it. I think just to add, I think the whole experience is and abundant intelligence is very unique in the sense of that it is spanning multiple different Indigenous communities, and so at least for at the Hawaii Pod, we've been very appreciative to be able to have not only the support from abundant intelligences, but have this network where we can talk about research and our ideas and protocol and things like that with like-minded individuals, because oftentimes, even though we're in our ancestral homeland, it tends to these conversations or the investment in this research goes onto the wayside, especially with the craziness that's happening right now. But in any case, so it's been a very interesting project and program, and it's just, I think, been really great to be able to have this cross discussions and have events like this and such. So
wonderful. And then we can talk about Connected Minds and hear a little bit about it. So Sean, maybe you want to kick us off on that.
Great, so thanks. So Connected Minds is a 7-year CFREF-funded, $318 million research program based out of York University in partnership with Queen's University. The program really sits at the intersection of neuroscience, intelligent technologies, and society. So a bit of a different approach here, really a transdisciplinary research program, taking core sciences, integrating them with engineers, computer scientists, etc., alongside our society pillars. And so that is our artists, our legal scholars through Osgoode Hall Law School, through Queen's Law, and with our social sciences and humanities. And really saying we need to co-create together to create a healthy, just society when we look at the creation of intelligent technologies and what are those implications for societies. We have a very strong Indigenous engagement element to that program that was created at the outset through an Indigenous Advisory Circle. 20% of all of our funding goes towards Indigenous-led and Indigenous-driven research. And beyond that, so we funded, as Danica has come in, we've hired numerous Indigenous scholars into the program, Indigenous postdoctoral fellows and trainees. But beyond that, really trying to get scholars within the program, so more than 350 researchers working in this area to be engaging in what it means to engage with Indigenous communities, to understand some of the core aspects and benefits and how do they actually create meaningful technology that's there. So we have funded all of our Indigenous scholars, which has now taken them out into community doing that amazing work, and now we're working with other scholars about how, and we're working with Abundant Intelligences to say we have lots of technical expertise, how can we lend that expertise to benefit community and projects that are driven by them?
And so these scholars, they're spread around, say, Canada or even beyond, or are they all located in Queens and York, or?
Substantially at York and Queens, but we have more than 50 community partners, and so all of our projects, so those 350 core researchers at Queens and York have branched out and have collaborations with colleagues internationally. And so some of the examples we'll give from the Indigenous perspective is that we're in Brazil doing work, we're in Australia doing work, we're across Canada doing work, across the North doing work through those connections.
That's wonderful. Danica, do you want to add something to the description of the program?
I think Sean was pretty comprehensive.
Okay, there'll be plenty of opportunities to discuss other topics. So I think... So you sort of perhaps referred to the crazy times that we're in now, and I think potentially some of that was referring to obviously large language models and these frontier models and how ubiquitous they're becoming in our field. And I'm curious to hear you about where you see opportunities or potential for contributions, or how to navigate this particular era with your own perspective as Indigenous researchers. Do you want to maybe, Carrie?
I can jump into that one. Yeah, as Indigenous researchers with this kind of crazy time, I think that especially with the approach we've gone with abundant intelligences, is that we're really trying to focus on how to develop research agendas and questions that are from the community that can serve the community. And so especially for the whole pod, what we've done a lot is that for the researchers, it's really thinking through of how can these AI systems or infrastructures or projects can create, of course, abundance so that these systems can help improve, whether it's language, whether it's environmental sensing, and so on and so forth. And so oftentimes I think that when we think about AI research, it's more of like, in the general sense of what's the hot topics of research, is trying to get to AGI, it's trying to get to these huge capacities of being able to make these large language models. But in actuality, what can be helpful to the community right now oftentimes is more of looking to how these, how even smaller structures or smaller and other kinds of machine learning can be utilized on a scale that's sustainable in communities and can actually be used right now to create impact in communities. And so I think that as an Indigenous researcher, I think that when we, especially looking at what becomes on our research agenda, I think that's a little bit different, is that the interest is in that, is like how can these technologies actually feed our community today rather than just trying to hyperscale things to see if you can make an AI conscious or anything like that. And so I think that really drives the directions in which you see our research projects and research agenda grow.
Yeah, that's definitely an important alternative approach that it's great to hear that this is part of what's being engaged in here. Are there other examples or concrete examples you can think of within this area that would be worth sharing with our group here?
Yeah, well, like as Sean mentioned, kind of within our program, we fund a diverse portfolio of projects in this area. There's a couple that I'm really excited about that I think are really great work. And to the prior point, I think really one of the things academic research I think is able to do that maybe our last lightning speaker said sometimes we maybe take too far, but we can be a bit slower and be very intentional and in depth about thinking and really trying to understand the full landscape of these the problems that communities are facing. A huge one that I think we've heard throughout this conference is language preservation and revitalization. We have one scholar, Maya Chakabi, she's leading basically like an Anishinaabe metaverse that is using AI technology to support language revitalization, but also different tools, kind of similar to what maybe we saw a bit with Heritage Lab. And really understanding that landscape and thinking about ways not only that can be used to preserve the Anishinaabe language, but how that kind of infrastructure could also be developed in a way that could be useful to other communities and languages. So also I think a lot of the projects also try to balance like immediate community needs and that specific localized element that's critical and inherent to any kind of Indigenous-led project, but also then trying to think, so if we're developing these very specific tools, where are the possibilities for using those tools to support other communities? Because we're all facing so many of the same challenges and thinking through similar problems, even if the particular context or details are different. So I think thinking about that long-term adaptability. Also work in the health space. We actually have a lot of great health researchers at York and Queens, and so also thinking about the way that AI technology can be used, especially for remote communities and this particular challenges that those communities face. They're very interested in learning more about the potential for AI to be used. And I think something too, especially with the different pillars that we're trying to be really critical about in the work that we do, is not just also thinking about what AI is able to do, but then also trying to kind of slow down and think about what are the risks, what is the safest way to navigate this, how do we support not only the development of the technology, but also the governance required to ensure that it stays culturally safe, respects data sovereignty, all those different elements. So I think that's two areas. Did you want to speak or add any more?
Well, and we can go back to some of these examples later on if you want. I'm curious to ask about, I mean, obviously AI and AI research, much like many parts of our societies, it has and certainly in North America, it has this colonial history, it has, it's living within this capitalist system. And I'm curious to hear about your thoughts on how you are navigating this within your programs or within your work, and specifically some of that work and navigating this particular context presumably requires thinking more structurally about the ways of working as opposed to the specific projects themselves. I'd be curious to hear about, I'm sure abundant intelligences, that might be something that's quite top of mind. So is there something you'd like to say about that?
Yeah, well, while you were talking, and this is just coming off of Gary's always fun comments about us academics. I mean, we know it. We know that's how it goes. But I will say, abundant intelligence is set up, again, as a really interdisciplinary kind of approach to things. But I think what also is kind of maybe unique is that a number of us are, like I'm sure many of you are both academics and people that are in communities and doing that kind of work like I have for a number of years. And so we're always negotiating this strange space between the institutions that we work with or in, the communities we work with or in, and how do we, again, still best represent and foreground those community needs and how we work. I'll just make one comment because I know I can't go on for a long time, but the one thing that I think that really I didn't expect was going to be a really big deal for us, but ended up being so, is that a lot of we've talked a lot about Indigenous data sovereignty here, and I didn't realize the space we've been over this last year especially, doing a significant amount of advocacy work to try to not just reinvent or change or update various institutional policies around data, but actually to try to chart a path forward that would bring how we define and how we think about data, again, really differently than those institutions that we work with. I found myself over the last year sitting at some big tables at my own institution at Western, found myself at the AFN and various other places, and really coming to understand over this last year that institutional spaces have always thought about data in a really particular kind of way, from my estimation as commodity or some other kind of value that is often kind of hoarded or collected, that is seemingly very extracted from the living world from which it comes. And so that kind of concept about data is really incommensurable with how we understand the living world, that things cannot be extracted in that kind of way, that they still have our songs, our dances, when they're digitized, does not remove them from our responsibilities to them, to those stories, to those histories, how they're connected to our communities, and the importance that they carry for us in particular. And so it's that kind of thing that we're trying to change and transform with those institutions we're looking at. I think the day has come and gone for us to continually advocate for updated PDFs and updated policy documents that still don't bring data back to the communities that they belong to. And so what we're trying to do now is shift that. There was a presentation yesterday talking about the existing agreements that run across this land and through this territory. And it's time for a return to those as a kind of grounding principle. For us, that would be about thinking about data as grounded in land-based law, grounded back into the communities and those relationships from which it comes, and not just extracted to institutional spaces.
And would you like to add?
I was just going to add on to that, especially with abundant intelligences, is that also since we all come from different communities and there's really a different conversation also on how we can act because of the ways that our Indigenous communities have a relationship with whatever is the occupying power. So in Hawaii, it's very different because we don't have treaties or things. So when it comes, and oftentimes with, I think, conversations around, especially AI research, it actually does often go back to data and data sovereignty and governance. And so having these conversations and being able to figure out how within, it's just lovely to hear how others do it, because then we can take it back to Hawaii and we can figure out how that in our community, how can we set up these same kinds of protections and implementations, especially when sometimes we don't have a treaty or something that can help with those kinds of governance structure or creating those governance structures or policies and things like that. And so overall, I think the important thing is to leave or have the conversation to understand and really emphasize the rights of, especially for us Native Hawaiians, but Indigenous peoples, to be able to govern our data and be able to build technologies that we want to see built in our communities with that data.
Sean, is there something you'd like to add?
Yeah, and so from a Connected Minds perspective, I think foundationally we've been working with our scholars to really acknowledge that AI is not immaterial, that it rests on lands, on minerals, on water, on energy, on labor, on intellectual property, on traditional knowledges, on data extraction. I created a list here so I would remember, on systems of how we actually classify people. And what does that mean? And what does it mean to just extract data, put it through a system, have some prediction, and then shoot it out? And I think what we've been hearing for the past day and a half is that Indigenous peoples are at the forefront of thinking about what data should actually be extracted. Like when you input data, what should we be getting out of those systems? What does it mean to protect data, to give reasonable data back in answers to people? Connected Minds has really been at the forefront right now with a number of research associates we've hired to think about what does socially responsible tools look like. And in all of our funding opportunities, researchers, when they apply for funding, go through a social responsibility toolkit that is a part of the assessment of how we fund people, where they're thinking about these very items and having to explain and detail these aspects out to an adjudication committee before they would get funded. And that, the IAC has veto power over anything to do with Indigenous peoples, Indigenous lands, which is virtually every project within the program itself. And the IAC has used that veto power and said, we don't believe that these projects that say they're going to benefit community or going to think about this differently are actually going to do that, or they're not at the place to do that. And we vetoed $1 million projects that have gone fairly far in stages because we don't think it's in keeping with what we see as socially responsible technology and advancing where we want to be going. And so we're really trying to think about, well, what does it mean for a mainstream colonial institution that is funded not as an Indigenous program to truly try to take up these values at its core in all the work that it's doing?
Danica, would you like to add something?
I'll just add one point to what Sean mentioned too, and I think one of the biggest reasons we'll often veto a project is that we, as the Indigenous Advisory Circle, really hold relationships at the core of it's probably the most important assessment criteria we have is we look at, is this an existing relationship? How are they engaged with the community? Is this something that we've literally seen projects where we're not even sure if they have talked to the community, so that's an obvious veto, but going even more than that, so just like, yeah, just keeping relationships at the core of the work that we support within this program.
So we've already talked a lot about sovereignty, and certainly with the National AI Strategy, it's very much at the center of it. But even before that, I know within the Indigenous research community, I think this is something that's been discussed quite a bit, very top of mind. I am curious to hear kind of what was your reaction seeing that and seeing the current moment where this term is even more prominent. And if you have examples of of specific projects that's really going in this direction and that you're excited about, maybe it's happened before, maybe it's ongoing now, also would be really interesting. But just generally speaking, how you've been receiving, this sort of moment right now where this seems much more prominent. Want to go ahead, Jackson, or Danica?
You look excited.
Take the microphone.
Yeah, you can start.
You can keep it. So
Yeah, I was just waiting for. So this is a huge topic, and it's interesting how the term sovereignty has become like a really foregrounded in the last year. I think what was really surprising to me when I was at this thing at Banff, the federal summit on artificial intelligence, and it was interesting for me to hear our federal ministers who attended, Evan and Mark, talk so much about Canadian sovereignty. Because it's something we've been talking about forever. Because it's always been our cultural material that has been at risk of being taken and appropriated, and it's always our communities that are still trying to get clean drinking water and catch up from long-term economic devastation from new technologies happening to us, as Gary says. And so, we're already well-versed, I think, in what sovereignty means and what the struggle actually means and what stakes are there for us. We've seen this play out. When I had an opportunity to talk with those ministers when I was in Banff, and if he was here today, I would say the same thing. So much of the rhetoric that comes out all the time has this word trust attached to it. And I said it to him there, and I would have said it to him here again if he was here, is that there is a major trust issue. And I think we all know that. We have a hard time trusting in those relationships that have, again, always failed us to one degree or another. Which is to say, I also, though, have hope because it's things like this that happen. It's moments like this that we get to discuss those things together that provides for me, again, a sense of hope. After I came from that summit in Banff, and I went and spent some time back from where I was living for 10 years in Blackfoot territory, and I was hanging out with my mentor, for a long time, Leroy Little Bear, and he was telling me about the Buffalo Treaty that they had kind of kickstarted to reconnect some of the Blackfoot communities there and to reestablish their long-term relationships, grounded back in land-based law and those old, and it inspired us to come home and start thinking about what would that mean for us? How do we start to redefine, as Gary said so well in his talk, and I won't repeat it, but to try to bring things back home to the way that we've always done them as a way of kind of standing, again, on our own ground, in our own relationships. I just want to say one last thing. I think that in this era of AI, that we shouldn't always just be so focused on the technologies and the cool stuff we can build. I think this is another opportunity, and I said this to the ministers, and I like saying it anytime I get a chance, is that I think this is also an opportunity to not just build better tech, but to try once again to become better human beings, to be better onkwe homwe, to work together, to be talking together, and to share, almost doing exact opposite of what we see happening in the mainstream. Better onkwe homwe, better people, and better human beings, I think is another opportunity that we have, again, at this moment, to be together. Nyawa.
Beautiful, well said. Would you like to at your comments or your reception of this sovereignty conversation and how you're thinking about it.
Yeah, I think one thing, Jackson covered so many of the important points, I think, in this area, but I think one thing to belabor too is the conversation around sovereignty and infrastructure development, because a lot of what the strategy outlines, what we see happening, is about developing data centers and the other physical infrastructure needed to support large AI systems. And where are they building them? They're building them on indigenous territories and lands. And we just see things happening like, I don't know if people are familiar with the Wonder Valley data center proposed in Alberta. It's a hyperscale data center. It's supposed to be one of the largest built ever. The government gave it an environmental exemption. They're not being very transparent with the communities that are impacted, whose territories that it's supposed to be built on. And so we see like this rhetoric in the strategy and other policies about how the government supposedly with sovereignty is going to care about our lands, waters, and environment, but that's not what's actually happening. And so I think, and even just earlier today, I was just having a conversation, like when it comes to sovereignty, data, tech, AI, we don't really need new policies from the government that focus on AI or tech. What we need people to actually uphold their commitments, to recognize the rights and agreements that already exist. And I think we also just see that really the government's like, they understand what sovereignty means. They understand what data sovereignty means. They understand what digital, technological sovereignty means, but they're pretending like they still don't when it comes to Indigenous peoples and what commitments and rights that they need to respect in this space. So I think just really, it offers a moment though, like as upsetting as all of this is, the fact that it is such a conversation at the forefront at this national state level, that I think it really is an opportunity to remind and re-advocate for that we've been having these conversations, that everything they're talking about for the state is also what they should be respecting for the hundreds of communities across Canada.
Yeah, Sean?
Yeah, so ditto, I think, to this. And so AI for all, I think, is very much about Canadian sovereignty and a bit of co-opting of how we've been thinking about sovereignty to kind of reprogram and reprogram how settlers and how kind of the general population think about sovereignty and the niceties of how Indigenous people have been fighting for sovereignty in Canada. I'm really concerned about how data is going to be used and shared back with the vast expansion into the Arctic by the Canadian forces, by the Canadian Coast Guard. We're putting significant military bases, huge infrastructure across the north. We're going to be putting submarines and ships, and all of those are going to have vast capacity to collect vast amounts of data to exert Canadian sovereignty across the north. But there's been no discussion about, well, how does that data get shared with, owned by, understood by communities that are directly impacted by that. And I think we've already seen, and I've done wildlife, One Health projects across Nunavik, where there are already grave community concerns about wildlife and environmental impacts of shipping lanes, etc., ships coming in, zoonosis, antimicrobial resistance in communities because of kind of knock-on effects. So this expansion of sovereignty and this talk about AI sovereignty goes extremely deep into like what it means for people to be on their lands, on their territories, and that the government will be collecting vast data around those items. And is it going to be used again as another mechanism to oppress or suppress fishing and hunting rights and all these other types of things? Like, is this going to be data that's collected and held by the feds that are going to be used to co-op Indigenous entitlements and rights on their own lands? And I think that that's of grave concern as well.
That's a great point. It really makes, research something less abstract and much more concrete that we have to certainly keep in mind as researchers, but through our institutions. And I guess speaking of that, and we had way more questions, but I think we're mostly at time. Or should I can use 10 minutes or should I catch up? Okay, all right. I'm giving 10 more minutes, so maybe I won't go as fast. Actually, I am maybe curious to hear examples of projects. We talked about LLM specifically as that being a moment, but of course, Indigenous research goes much beyond that, much as all of research really. And I've heard research related to health or the environment. I'd be curious to hear you about some projects you're particularly excited about, you'd like to share as like examples of people to look forward to from this body of work. Maybe we haven't heard you, Carrie, from the last point. So do you wanna share about that?
Yeah, no, I can say that, for our pod, there's a bunch of different projects, and it's hard to pick a favorite, but what I really like, and at least in a personal level, is that there's a project going on in collaboration with Tehiku through Bruce Torres Fisher, and he's a faculty at UH Hilo. And so what's been very interesting is that in the same way as you guys probably have seen Tehiku's work, they also came to Hawaii and had a project called Lauleo, where it was really a project trying to gather a lot of different data of people speaking Olelo Hawaii, so Hawaiian language, to be able to build a repository so we can also build similar technologies for not only just text to speech and those kinds of technologies, but also for Bruce and folks at UH Hilo to help improve OCR and other things that has to do with the Nupepa repository. So that's Hawaiian newspaper. So in Hawaii, we have this huge repository of Hawaiian language newspapers, and it's been a critical repository to actually help keep the Hawaiian culture alive, especially during the times when it was very oppressed. And so there's still a lot of digitization work and still a lot of research that can go into it, but then with these new technologies, we can help better build our capacity to be able to research these things. So that's like an exciting project that's been going on. And again, I think it also is good because it showcases this kind of collaboration that's been able to happen because of abundant intelligences and events like this where we can talk to others in different communities who have been able to build these technologies in their own communities and then share thoughts, share methods, and share processes so that then we can also build that capacity in our own community.
That's great. Any other examples you'd like to share of projects in various areas? Yes.
So I was really excited yesterday by the Pathfinders and what they're proposing, because I think that this is in alignment with a lot of what current research is moving towards. But I think climate adaptation, land stewardship, and environmental monitoring, we have a number of projects that are again, non-Indigenous led, but like now actively, meaningfully engaging Indigenous communities around what does it mean to be doing that type of work, to be sharing that data back and co-creating that data with communities that is meaningful, impactful, and important for their own needs to help alleviate some of the huge pressures on land claims offices, on healthcare offices. We also have a number of researchers working in robotics and human-machine interactions that is quite exciting, and looking at we have researchers that are deploying, really cheap, small deployable CT scanners into remote communities that are being fed into MRIs or that are being fed into machine learning. So that way, if somebody is injured in a community, we're not having to evacuate them, hundreds of kilometers south in order to get a diagnostic that then is a negative, but that we're able to really use some of those resources in community to drive assessments that are needed. Like, we know that the problem of healthcare and access to healthcare isn't going to be solved easily, and so how do we put in place some of these micro technologies that can help benefit communities, give communities the data that they need, that's going to be meaningful. And so we have lots of different researchers working on projects like that I think are, they weren't initially conceptualized as being Indigenous-driven projects that have huge Indigenous community benefit.
Yes, please, Anika.
I think just one thing I want to add, it's not really an independent project, but I just want to note, I think something that within Connected Minds projects, but just also Indigenous AI research in general, that I really see as a core component too, is really thinking about capacity building, especially with youth, because like as Sean mentioned, it ends up being that a lot of the projects end up not being Indigenous led, but that's because they're aren't enough researchers to go around to lead the projects to meet the various vast needs of different community partners. And so I think we just also try to be really intentional about not just engaging youth in academic spaces, but also within communities and in different capacities to try to just have kind of summer school type things. And just, yeah, I think just that capacity development piece is really important for the future and sustainability and flourishing of our
Yes, Jackson,
communities.
please.
We have 5 minutes left? Sabrina, thank you. I'll try, yeah, okay. So there's this term we use in academia called research creation. And it's a way of kind of bringing together creative practices in arts and humanities and different things. And I've always been a little uncomfortable with this term because it's, in academia, we like to sort of draw this really weird artificial line between creative practices and things that are happening over here with maybe different kinds of research or academic research happening over here. We've never kind of envisioned it that way. Throughout my career, I've never envisioned it that way. And for sure, our ancestors didn't think about it that way as kind of exclusively separate things. More broadly speaking, I like to think about storytelling. I'd like to be reminded that, you know, how knowledge is and knowledge transfer is kept in song and dance and all that. So we are, especially at the Haudenosaunee Pod, but I think more broadly at Abundant Intelligences, think about those things as really deeply connected. And so we do a lot of creative projects that bring us back to doing stuff outside. We found early on, and maybe this is not surprising, going to communities, they don't particularly respond well to just doing PowerPoints at them. So what's better is if you get them out someplace to do something, some kind of activity where they're actually creating and making and doing things, and we start talking to each other, and that all kinds of other stuff starts to happen in a way that kind of makes me think about how maybe our ancestors might have done research creation. So one of the things we do, and I'll try to be quick about this, is our pod works at the Museum of Ontario Archaeology in London, which sits on the home of a pre-contact village. Lots of history there, lots of artifacts, lots of material culture was found at that location. It's now being stewarded there by the museum. We come in and we do sometimes workshops. We process and get raw clay from that area. We are inspired by the history and the material culture that's there, all the stories that are written on the land in that space. And we make new things. We bring in students, we bring in community members. We make new objects in clay. We 3D scan these things before we put them into a traditional pit fire. I don't know if you know what a pit fire is. You just picture a hole in the ground, put stuff in with some combustibles, and you light the sucker on fire. And what happens is it actually, you know, turns the clay into ceramic. We pack this stuff with some medicines. The whole time we're telling stories, talking about things, laughing with each other, getting that good medicine. At the same time, we're having conversations about machine learning, AI, because what we do is in that pit, we throw some sensors, some thermal sensors, we get some readings from those thermal sensors, and we allow that to sort of drive the creation of new 3D objects in real time. So the way that this is conceptualized is being thought about as 2 minutes, as a land-based AI ecology is what we think about it as. So it's in a way, it's like the ceramic and the pots become the data, the training material. The fire is like the CPU, and that's what's driving all the activity that's happening to visualize these new forms that are being created. It's a prototype. It's a prototype for an idea of thinking about how AI might be thought about really differently if it's not driven towards really particular kinds of goals, if it's not organized around models that can make you money, but actually ways about thinking about how do we re-tie back in this technology into our existing lifeways? How do we think about it as part of our continuance on this land? How do we actually engage with people in communities that want to have these kinds of conversations and really weave them back into, again, conversations, creation story, for us, the great law of peace, for us trying to think about how we might, again, back to being better human beings with each other while we figure out what this new technology is going to mean for us.
That's fascinating. Thank you so much. It looks, I'm seeing a 0, so I guess that means we should stop. But thank you so much. It was fascinating, very interesting, and thank you for being here. And please join me in thanking our speakers. I'll give it back to Mick for the resuming our schedule.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So Next up, we have a spotlight, an Indigenous framework for editing Indigenous stories. I'd like to invite Petra Hudson up, a doctoral candidate at Massey University, researching Indigenous knowledge systems for AI and for Maori cultural well-being. There he is. Come on up.
Who's that fella? I have an AI, a PhD in AI, but I've better figure out how to work this technology. Just keep pushing it. Okay, cool. Oh, no, don't turn this up. Whoops.
Okay. Just a few on sides. Awesome. Okay, there you go.
Ai kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi whānau. Before I start, I just want to remind myself who I am. And yeah, I just wanted to remind myself of who I am in the regards of where I come from and where I stand. My name is Petra Hudson, and I'm blessed to be an abundance intelligence postdoc fellow. So what that actually means is that the abundance intelligence gave me a scholarship to do some pretty enjoyable work. And that work was to gather stories from other Indigenous folk around the world. And that's what I want to come and share, my journey, my good times of finding these stories from other Indigenous people doing the same thing with artificial intelligence. I want to open with a provocation. At the gatherings, all the gatherings that we've been a part of, we've been asking the critical question, can AI systems be trusted with our knowledge? In my conversations with the distinguished Professor Graham Smith from Aotearoa, the author of the Veracity Test, a kaupapa Māori, by Māori, with Māori, for Māori. Really strategic in the way that we position that. We are the leads, we are inside, we're working for us, by Māori, for Māori, with Māori. Today I want to show you that the question operates at an earlier stage of knowledge pipeline. Before the algorithm, the early stages of knowledge pipeline, before those algorithms, before those data sets, in a moment when the editor sits down with an Indigenous scholar's short story, long story, set of stories, and decides what to change. This presentation shares what happened when I applied kaupapa Māori evaluative logic, not to a machine, but to an editorial process. The framework I'm sharing today is in essence a veracity test for editors. So, my postdoc project began with a deceptively straightforward task: compile a global compendium of original co-authored research stories from Indigenous scholars worldwide. The vision was to amplify the voices that have historically been silenced, to let Indigenous scholars speak in their own words, about their own knowledge systems. Indigenous scholars from across the world were invited to contribute, and they did. But then something happened that forced me to stop and think, wow, when these stories arrived for editing, a critical question surfaced. Whose grammatical, whose stylistic rules must govern? Standard academic editing, the kind that applies to any manuscript at any Western university, at any publisher, risked the erasing of the very things we were trying to amplify. The cultural voice, the rational togetherness, the linguistic patterns that carry meaning in ways that no translation can fully understand. This is the same problem the veracity test identifies in artificial systems. The imposition of Western norms, efficiency, standardization, acceptability, onto knowledge that operates by entirely different principles. We named it AI colonialization. Here, we are naming it editorial colonialization. Same structure, different site. Rather than applying Western norms, we developed something new, an Indigenous editing framework, grounded in rational accountability and cultural integrity. Let me be specific about what the dilemma looks like. Grammar rules flatten dialectal and Indigenous linguistic patterns. Constructions that carry cultural logic are marked as errors. Style guides privilege Western academic register over oral traditions, the way knowledge actually travels in many of our communities. So-called corrections erase cultural concepts that have no direct translation. And in erasing the untranscribable, they erase the knowledge itself. And editors who lack positionality awareness and community accountability can cause real harm without knowing it. The core question, whose rules should govern the editing of Indigenous stories? This is one of the things kaupapa Māori theory has already answered in adjacent domains. Te mana, a veracity test that asks who has the cultural authority to make decisions about incorporating Māori knowledge into AI systems. The editorial dilemma asks the exact same question about manuscripts. Another veracity test, te puna, truth and righteousness. Community-defined standards applies here too. What counts as correct English is not a neutral question when authors' linguistic patterns carry cultural meanings. If we are serious about Indigenous data sovereignty, we cannot stop at the algorithm. We must also govern the decisions made about Indigenous knowledge before it reaches those systems, including the editorial decisions and discussions that determine what enters the scholarly record and whose voice. So the framework consists of 7 interconnected principles with rational accountability at the centre, not as one principle among others, but as the animating logic that hosts all 6 together. This mirrors the structure of the veracity test, where rationale accountability is not a dimension. It is not scored, but is the foundation on which the entire evaluation process takes place. Authorship and positionality. Who is the editor? What is their relationship to the knowledge they are handling? An editor without positionality awareness is an editor without accountability. Knowledge systems and epistemology. Struggled on that word all the time. Epistemological. You got it, it's up there. Always ways of knowing equally valid, including Indigenous ones. This is not a courtesy, it is a commitment. It maps directly onto the veracity test challenge of Western-centric AI evaluation paradigms. Community relevance and ethics. Research must serve the community. Priorities and extend to community consent. Editing not exempt from this. The project compendium exists to serve communities, and the editorial process must be accountable to them. Representation in language. Honour linguistics and cultural preferences. Avoid extraction. This is taonga. This is gifts. Treating language as a living gift, not raw material to be standardised. Decolonisation and resistance. Challenge colonial academic structures and centre Indigenous voices. This is the political dimension. The recognition that editorial norms are not neutral and that apply them without critique is itself a political act. Rational methods, research relationships are sacred. Reciprocity at every stage. The editor is in relationship with the author, with the community, and with the knowledge. And that relationship carries obligations. And at the centre, relational accountability. The recognition that every editorial decision must be answerable to the community, whose knowledge is being handled. So taken together, these principles are not a checklist. They are a framework for evaluation, a way of asking at every point in the editorial process, does this decision honour the knowledge, the author, and the community? That is what the veracity test asks of, and this framework asks it of us. So why does this matter beyond my project? Well, first of all, it fits a critical gap. No existing editorial framework centres Indigenous and relational accountability as foundation. None. The veracity tests fill a gap in AI evaluation. This framework fills the equivalent gap in scholarly publication. Second, it protects cultural integrity. It assures the Indigenous scholars' stories are not domesticated into Western academic conventions, conversations without consent. That the editing process does not become what we have been calling it in the AI context, epistemological violence. Third, it scales. The framework is applicable to any compendium, journal, or press publication Indigenous knowledge is found in. The veracity test is designed to be applied across the AI life cycle. This framework is designed to travel across publication contexts. Fourth, it is a living document. Like the veracity test itself, it is designed to evolve in response to the community's feedback. The pathway forward. Completing the compendium across 3 or 4 volumes, securing an anchored publisher and funding, and publishing the 7 principles as a standalone article so that editors worldwide can adopt and adapt. I want to close by returning to where I started. The veracity test asks whether AI systems can be trusted with Indigenous knowledge. The framework asks whether editors can be. The principles are the same because the risks are the same. The domestication of Indigenous voice by Western institutional norms. Whether the institution is an algorithm or a publisher, the question of cultural sovereignty does not change. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa, ka huri. Tēnā koe.
Thank you. Wow, all this research talks filling my inner nerd cup. Okay, we're gonna take a break until past. Enjoy. Okay, we'll have you start taking your seats. We're going to start here in 1 minute. We'll have you start taking your seats, please. We're going to start right away. Hello? We'll have you take your seats, please. We're going to start right away.
Welcome back, everyone. I know it has been an exciting day. I know it was a short coffee break, but we are very excited to welcome all of you in this really interesting conversation that we are having today. So we're going to be talking about collaboration beyond borders. And especially in these conversations about Indigenous AI, I think there is a very meaningful conversation here to happen. We have the privilege in this panel that we are going to have FAQ at the end. So please make me accountable for leaving space at the end, because I know that with these panelists, we're going to be really engaged into a conversation. Before I start, I want to introduce myself. Tlen Akinkin Wanikan Alejandro. Hello, my name is Alejandro. I spoke in the Totonac language that is spoken in the eastern part of Mexico. My family comes from the Mixtec Nation in the southern part of the country. I always say that I'm from the tail of Turtle Island, and I'm learning my responsibilities of being a settler in this land. And as part of that journey of learning my responsibilities in community and in ceremony, I learned that my responsibilities in this land is to be a connector. And as Elder Philip Cote told me, like learning what are the two sides of that connection is part of my journey. Understanding what are those two sides. And in this journey, I have been learning, of course, connecting indigenous communities to the digital tech world, but also the grassroots to the global movement and what is happening across the world on this journey of AI and indigenous communities. As part of my journey, I had the privilege to, I created the Indigenous Friends Association, the IFA. I know that there are several of former trainees on the Indigitech program where we are trying to teach indigenous students about how to learn technology from an indigenous perspective, how we can challenge technology and start creating technology in an indigenous way. And as the creation journey of the Indigenous Friends Association, the IFA, I have the privilege to join the Indigenous Tech Circle with Jeff, with Ryan, with Althea, and I'm part of the board governance. And we are trying to, continue creating these connections. Currently, I'm the co-executive director of Access Now, this global organization that connects digital rights of communities at risk. And what we are trying is to bring this indigenous perspective into a lot of tech policy at the global level. Right now, AI is really taking a lot of space at the tech level, and especially with the changes on the geopolitics. What is happening with our southern border neighbor is creating a change in the ecosystem. And I think indigenous communities, we have a lot to say and a lot to teach our non-indigenous counterparts of how tech can be shifted. Okay, so what are we gonna be talking today? AI, we conceive AI as an accelerator. Accelerator of good and accelerator of bad. We are seeing the accelerator in the job market, in education, but also with environmental impact. Also, how we are using AI in military settings and how we are killing people faster and with better performance. So in this conversation, what it is really valuable is to start learning from grassroots initiatives, how indigenous communities are not just using AI, but how they are shifting governance and how we are building trust with those AI systems. And this is why this panel becomes very relevant, because we are seeing, how these grassroots organizations can shift, the global narrative of tech policy. And we are going to have a very interesting conversation because we have examples from Africa, North America, and the Pacific. So we are going to see how this transnational collaboration can bring some answers to the big questions. So to start this conversation, what I would like to ask all the panelists is to introduce yourselves briefly, and followed by answering from your working community, what does collaboration beyond borders mean? And why it is essential for shaping AI. Let's start with Carolyn. Oh, sorry, Carolyn.
Hi, my name is Caroline Renningwolf. I am a co-founder and the director of First Languages AI Reality, FLAIR. And the work that FLAIR does is regardless of nation-state borders, because basically, that's just a random line on a piece of paper. And historically, the Blackfoot, for example, called it the medicine line. And this medicine line, it crossed us, it crossed our communities. We didn't cross those lines on the state. Sorry, I am all jumbled up right now. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, there are nation states, they are called Canada and USA and Mexico, But in the end, our communities have our territories regardless of those lines on pieces of paper. And so the work that FLAIR is doing is working closely and directly, hand in hand, with communities that a bunch of them are actually split across those boundaries, across that medicine line. So one of the communities we're working with, the Gwich'in, are up in the Northwest Territories, but the Gwich'in are, their home territory follows the Caribou from the birthing place in what is today Alaska to following their migration route across Yukon and Northwest Territories. So the Gwich'in people and the Gwich'in language is spread across USA and Canada, and the work that we're doing is spread across USA and Canada. But FLAIR is also, speaking of borders, I want to actually kind of expand that concept and talk about how we're also being forced to think in domain or discipline borders. We've heard a lot of academics earlier. And so then there's the discipline of education versus policy versus workforce development versus research and community-driven development of tools and implementing those tools and solutions in the community on the ground. And we're doing all of that. And last but not least, we're also doing this in very close friendship and mentorship with Tehiku Media.
Do you want to go next?
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Peter Lucas Jones tōku ingoa, no te aupauri ahau, ko te aupauri tētahi o ngā iwi o te whare tapu o ngā puhi. No reira ka mihi ahau ki te whenua, ka whakaaro ahau ki te hunga kua whetūrangitia. Tēnā koutou, kia ora mai anō tātou. My name is Peter Lucas Jones, and I'm the CEO of Te Reo Irirangi o Te Hiko o Te Ika. We are a tribal broadcaster, come data science group that have taught the computer to speak Māori, at converting speech to text at an almost 7% error rate. We're collaborating with one another and everyone we know to make it better and improve it. But we've also developed a number of synthetic voices to ensure that we can provide text-to-speech services too, not only for our community of learners, but for accessibility, our relatives that are blind, our non-speaking relatives. How do we ensure that these types of things can exist in the walled gardens that were never perceived or considered to be a place where our languages would be used? And so we are a tribal organization, and there are 5 tribes that are part of our organization. And when I think of your question, collaboration beyond borders, we're doing it at a tribal level first. We're doing it at tribal level. And I think the whole idea of boundaries is a very Western way of considering what limits us in the work that we do. So we've started to think about it not so much as boundaries, but what connects us. And what connects us is our whakapapa, or our genealogy. What connects us is our sister languages and the culture that we share. And so we've started to work closer with those that are most closely related to us linguistically and culturally to see how we might be able to cross those boundaries and provide our model while upholding our principles and values related to Indigenous data sovereignty as a way for other sister languages to fine-tune and benefit from the work that we've already done. Kia ora mai anō tātou.
Thank you, Peter. Leanne.
Ngara mutseho ni kuriano bari juro branchi mshikwa ndi hamwe namwe musi. So my name is Eliane Balijuro. It's a real pleasure for me to be here with all of you today. So I live in Nairobi, Kenya, and I came to this meeting through London, Brussels, Amsterdam, Paris, Nice, New York. Okay.
Oh, wow.
And just listening to my colleagues talk, I went back to the Vienna Convention in the 19th century that divided Africa, and I think of my land home, Rwanda, and how Kinyarwanda is, or some version, is spoken in Rwanda, in Eastern Congo, in Burundi, in parts of Tanzania and Uganda. And I'm also a soil scientist, plant scientist, and I think about root systems and how root systems communicate, and about the issue of borders and how that means nothing to root systems. And I think about how, for me, the digital age is really about how do we reconnect to soil and soul. And if you take the I from soil and you make it a you, it's soul. So how do we go from I to you to we? And so the work we do is really about the dismantling of the notion of borders to reconnection to each other. And how we do that through the wisdom of our ancestors and the technological age we're in is what will heal our soils and our soul.
Thank you. This is very, very powerful. And hearing all of you is challenging this idea of borders. So connecting a lot of what we have discussed throughout the conference about AI, in this work and in this challenging of borders, how you conceive who benefits, who is harmed by this technology, and how this technology can be governed. Let me start. So, okay. Oh.
Not with me.
Okay. Maybe Peter?
Okay. Who benefits, who decides, and who is harmed? Well, I always think about this proverb in my language, and it goes like this: E hoki whakamuri, kia anga whakamua. And what that means is we have to look deep into our past to sometimes forge our way into the future. And history has a strange way of repeating itself.
Yes.
And if we look at our own country, Aotearoa, and what resulted in Te Tiriti o Waitangi, or the Treaty of Waitangi, and then of course the atrocities that occurred before that and after that, the story of land loss, and what closely followed was language decline as a result of systemic policy and an approach towards white assimilation to eliminate what is our language of communication. And language carries culture. And language is born from the environment. And it carries the activities of our people. And so we've got a lot to learn from what we have managed to prevent from being lost. Who should benefit from that? I think it must be the people of the language, first and foremost. But who can benefit from that? Globally, we know that our language is the home of strategies and resilience in the Pacific. Climate change is affecting each and every one of us in different ways. Our people have survived in the Pacific for thousands of years. And when we think about the strategies of resilience that are very practical, and how the water is rising in the Pacific faster than anywhere else in the world, we see these practices coming back to life. But to unlock practice, the key is language. And so when I think about who benefits, we can all benefit. But globalization and the story that it tells and the supremacy that upholds it is something that we all understand well. And that's probably true for most tribes in Aotearoa in different ways. who is harmed? Our future is harmed. And I do believe this is a place that we can collaboratively work together for collective good. Who decides how these tools are used? Well, we must make sure that it isn't the same group of people that have made the decisions in the past. Because who owns our language? Who owns the keys to the traditional knowledge? I argue that the people of the language are the keepers of the keys. And they have often held these keys and shared these keys on occasion. But the way we govern those keys is extremely important, because these tools can be used for good, but they can most certainly be used for harm. When I look at the incarceration rate of Māori women, 70% of all women that are incarcerated in New Zealand are Māori. We are only 17% of the population. What do we know about surveillance? What do we know about discrimination? What do we know about the perpetuation of unfairness? Decision making has a strange way of seeing results like that. When we look at the health statistics, we have 6,000 people in the area that I come from, Kaitaia, but 2,000 of those people can't get a doctor. Our tools can provide ways to connect people with services, but they shouldn't be the first option, because we know that a real doctor's better. These are just some of the examples that I can think of about how we must protect those keys whilst enhancing the way that we collaborate for global good.
Thank you, Peter. Caroline, Elian.
So, about a month and a half ago, I was in Papua New Guinea, where I learned about the work you're doing from the High Commissioner of New Zealand. And one of the things that's interesting for me is that when we're talking about sovereignty and we're thinking about governance and the idea of surveillance, who is being surveilled and for what, and how does that disconnect governance from land? And when it's disconnected from land, it disconnects from the language that characterizes the land, nature, our relationship with the landscape. And so we live in a really distorted world where if you are the keeper of the land, you are somehow criminalized. And so the governance system makes you an outsider because your relationship with the land isn't extractive. And so that influences how we teach, how we grant degrees, which knowledge systems matter, and what hierarchy of power and not love are deciding of the future. And so the erosion of nature, the erosion of language, the erosion of culture happen because the common sense of who should first benefit because of their stewardship of their role in caring for the land has been disregarded. And so the common sense is, how do we reclaim the rage of those 70% women who are incarcerated? How do we reclaim their creativity? Because they've been forced to be dissociated from who they are. And that rage is energy that we should be harnessing to reconnect with language, with land. And I think the opportunity is, how do we use this new medium to help us in that reconnection?
That is so powerful. And one thing that, and Peter, Elian, you reminded me, so many times at the global level, when you start talking about indigenous AI or indigenous technology, it looks like, oh, this is just an inclusion issue. It's just for this specific group of people. And as you mentioned, Peter, this is benefiting everyone. at the end, we are all living in the planet. So like how these conversations become beyond just an inclusion of inclusive AI. Goes beyond that. And I think this is a very important issue on the AI governance and how indigenous ways of knowing are that. So my question for all of you is inclusion should be the goal, or what is the goal?
I think building off of what Peter Lucas and Eliane said just earlier, our languages encode our knowledge, and our knowledge is as stewards of the land with a very long history. And if we're merely aiming to be included in some big tech company's AI solution, we're continuing to be marginalized. We're continuing to be used as a resource that is extracted from us, taken away from our control, and then repackaged, sold back to us. So inclusion should not be the goal, because these big companies don't have our well-being in mind, right? They don't care about us, our communities, our situations. And that's why we have to just do our own, because we know best what we need. And when I say the we, I mean we as Indigenous people, because we as FLAIR can't claim that we know what the Gwich'in need. That's why we're working hand in hand with the Gwich'in, with the Kwakwaka'wakw people, with the people that we're partnering with, because they know what they want, what they need, what their priorities are, and what they do not want to have included in some AI data model. So that's why we shouldn't aim for inclusion. We'll always be the marginalized data set at the side of that bell curve.
This is very powerful. Again, Peter?
I'm just listening to the responses, and I really feel like I'm being informed and I'm soaking up all the information. So when I think about the governance of the data, particularly because when we think about where our languages have emerged from, our landscape and our earth is so important. Nomenclature, the nomenclature associated with our environment and our landscape is heaped with stories. And in Māori we call that taunaha, the process of naming things, whether that's flora and fauna, whether that is the different aspects of the environmental changes that we call seasons, our understanding that Westerners have days, we have nights. Our whole philosophical worldview and cultural memory is recorded in our landscape. And everything has a modi, or a life force. And so when we consider that and understand that to be a system of connection, and how the forest is alive, how it is connected, so too do we understand the relationship of our sister languages to us, because we share a connection and carry different parts of the knowledge. So when I think about data governance and the connection with our environment, with our landscape, the mining of our data without our consent is not that different to the privatization of our land and the commercialization of it, and then of course the extraction of the resources. For the benefit of whom? For the benefit of the empires of today. And we have experienced the empires of yesterday. And those empires do not appear to have gone away. They have shape-shifted. And now these huge corporations sometimes have more rights than everyday people. And so the globalization and the confiscation of rights of those very things that we believe are part and parcel of our worldview. And so those are the things that I think about when I consider the governance, because it's not just about the data for data's sake. What is the data connected to and where did it originate from? Local councils are continually making decisions about regional consents for all types of commercial activity, the extraction of water, the extraction of other resources for mining companies, exploratory, or of course otherwise. These big, huge projects have an impact on the very places that we call home. It could be sand mining, it could be anything. But what I'm saying is the way that we have governed our environment and ensured that it is not only sustainable but maintained for future generations is the same way that I look at the governance of data. There are times where you go to harvest certain things. And then, of course, our elders or our tribe might say, there's a rahui on that. What is a rahui? Well, that is our way of saying no more taking of that thing. Or something happened there, we don't go to that place until such time has passed and we have made the decision and gone through the process of reopening up that resource because we know it must replenish. We're dealing with very small data sets. Now, each of us hear that a language dies every 2 weeks. Each of us hear those sorts of words. We hear that it is inevitable for minority language. They will disappear. But what I know is true is that language loss for Indigenous languages is anything but an accident. It's part of a process of assimilation. So when we have lost part of our culture, we must always reclaim it back. And every time we speak a word in our language, we are expressing resistance. So it's important for us to showcase that, I believe, and of course, to let people hear that we still exist. Because our environment, that is our home, is part and parcel of our decision-making process. Not just for whether or not we're going to use compute in this way or access it and rent it from somebody else. We hear ideas about small you hear small AI, and then of course you hear frugal. But to be frugal, you have to have resources to begin with. So some of these terminologies that are used and expressed today don't really resonate with communities. So I think that sometimes there's an opportunity for us to even consider how these ideas are named. And naming is really important to me.
Leanne?
So many things are coming. So I'm just going to start by, a few years ago, I was still living in Canada, and I had a dream. I had a dream of being involved in work that looks at how we preserve and nurture Indigenous languages around the world and how we can harness AI for doing this work. I was working at the interface of data and food security. So I had no reason to think I'd ever be involved in this conversation. So now, a few years later, I've moved to Africa, living in Nairobi. I was hired as the first CEO of the merged Center for International Forestry Research and the International Center for Research in Agroforestry. Okay? And for the last 2 years, we've gone through a process of renaming the institution. Being led for the first time, this type of institution, I'm the first African woman leading an international agriculture research institution in the CGR network. So they've been around for 60 years. And in the renaming, our new name is Landscape Alliance. So even in the name, the scientific, the research has disappeared. But the alliance, the idea that we work in partnership through land remains the scope we work through. And so there's something really important about how do we need to move beyond inclusion?
Yes.
How do we understand that when we talk about inclusion, we're talking about an underlying architecture of power? And that operative concept for me is like, how are we looking at jurisdiction? The community's authority to decide whether, how, under what condition their knowledge enters any system, and in particular here, AI system. And so when we're talking about inclusion, we're often talking about an external institution that has already defined the model, set the data standards, and invites Indigenous knowledge in. So the room has been designed. And there's this idea of how do I stand straight in a crooked room? And so what's important to understand is data sets they can become more diverse while communities still have no meaningful control over downstream use, commercial access, or right to withdraw. And Indigenous communities must be seen not as mere beneficiaries of digital policy, but as rightful leaders in shaping it. And it's how we design those spaces matters more than the invitation. And so that's where we need to start.
Yeah, I know with these comments, you remind me of a very powerful concept about data colonization. How historical colonization was about extracting resources, and now we're extracting data. With the same idea of terra nullius, that like the land is not owned by anyone, now data is not owned by anyone, so we can go and extract. And what are how we are replicating those narratives now and those systems of power. And I think this is so powerful. So continuing with the collaboration framework, what I would like to hear from all of you is examples of good and also maybe bad collaboration. Maybe unintentionally, what things went wrong when you were cross-collaborating, maybe across communities, but also maybe across countries. And I think there is a lot of experience that we can learn from them. Who wants to start? Please, Caroline.
I was going to just give an example of two communities that we're partnering with. They are the Makah in Washington State, USA, on the most northwestern point of the contiguous USA. And the Makah language is part of what linguists call the Wakashan language family. And they're the most southern representation of that. All the other languages of the Wakashan language family are north of that border in Canada. Most of them distributed across Vancouver Island. And one of the northern communities that we're working with are the Kwakwaka'wakw on the northern tip of Vancouver Island. And so as we were partnering with both those communities, actually how the partnership even came to be was because those two communities have blood relations and canoe journey relations. And so they introduced us to each other and basically said, you should work with these people and do this, you know. And so as we were working with both of these communities, they were hoping that they could easily build off of each other's work. And sadly, that didn't work out as they hoped, because one of the first steps of our process is to develop a language curriculum. But that language curriculum is not a template of, you know, let's all do things in the house, and then your daily routine or something like that. The template that you know from your second language courses in French and Spanish and whatever. Because that's not tied to their actual language use and their language culture and content, right? And so they were hoping that they could just translate the existing curriculum from one community to the other. And it rapidly turned out that that's not gonna work. That both communities needed to actually deeply dig into their language, their patterns of their language, and create their own curriculum. There might be some parallels, but in the end, it's a very specific Makah language curriculum and a very specific Kwakios language curriculum.
Thank you, Caroline. Peter?
A couple of examples. Well, first of all, I'd like to just think about all the different shared risks that we manage, because sometimes we're considering how do we prevent what little we have left from being exploited. And that's a big thing that comes to mind. And often we are collaborating across borders, and one example is tribal. How do we look at our contiguous forests, whether they're man-made for commercial value, whether they're man-made to prevent sand dunes encroaching on the fertile land. All those types of things are practical solutions that I know in my area we've worked together to do. But beyond that, I would also like to mention that we have a lot of subsistence living in the very far north of Aotearoa. And food security is very much a reality, because 1 week of really bad flooding means that there could be no kai in the pack and save in Kaitaia. And when you think about what's scary, hungry people are scary. Hungry people can be scary. And when we think about how we have to reinvigorate all types of ways of managing our lives, remembering that food is so important in our daily life as part of that process, and as an example, I think, whilst unrelated to the work that I do, is part of my daily life. During COVID, we had situations where we had to drop food off in our communities. We also had closed the roads in our communities. Nobody could come in. But for a time, the supermarkets where all the rich people live, they'd brought up all the toilet paper, they'd even been, buying up all the flour, pretending like they bake cakes or something. But what I know is that when everything was gone in their supermarkets, they came to Kaikohe. They came to Kaitaia. So we had to close our roads. And my cousin's over there, he knows. Actually, one of my other relatives was managing them and had an old score to settle, and I was like, I need to get out of the house. I'm going to go drop food off to the elders. My cousin was like, Peter Lucas, what are you doing out of home? Because we all had to stay in our places. I'm delivering food. Because you needed to have people delivering food that people knew in the community. And so that's another example of how we collaborate in real life urgent situations. But as an organisation, Te Hiku Media, we collaborate with the other 5 tribes around broadcasting in our language every day. So we develop at least 5 hours of Māori language spoken content intertribally every day, broadcasting that every day. 5 to 7 interviews, and you might consider that data. And we speak about housing, we speak about the environment, We talk about the beaches, we talk about the waterways, we talk about our natural phenomenons that occur at different times of the year. We talk about idiomatic expression and colloquialisms in a way that records that data. We then archive it, and Suzanne and Gianna are over there curating that information so that collaboratively we can then create a data set that reflects te whare tapu o ngā puhi in a way that can be used by the right people at the right time to create language technology. Because we're dealing with not a lot of data. So our data pipeline is collaboratively a tribal data pipeline. Further afield, we collaborate with other Indigenous people. And the reason we do that is we say, hey, we need to address speaker detection. We've got some gaps here and this is a problem. Something's dropping out. Have you seen this before? We say, have you tagged and labeled phonetic data in this way? Have you come across any of these problems when you're tagging parts of speech? How are you addressing polysemy when we have one word that has 7 different meanings? And no, we don't want to sit down and have a meeting about it for 4 weeks. We want to walk and talk and have a solution that we can apply. And that is a powerful moment when we have trusted people from other Indigenous communities across the globe that we can share problems with and say, have you encountered this before? And that's what I love about it.
Excellent. Eliane?
You're making me think of the critical importance of starting with trust. And starting with trust is not something that comes naturally in academics. In academics, it's like, okay, who got the grant? Who's the PI? So decision making goes from there. And before the PI, it's the institution that decides and allows the PI this margin of operation. And so how are we working from the ground up, building trust? And how is that how we design governance? So in our Regreening Africa work, the work was done for researchers and farmers to work collaboratively together to look at how do we scale trees on farm with the knowledge held by farmers across Africa and researchers across Africa. We also knew that many of the farmers were not online most of the time, so we had to make it work offline first. And so our principles was, how does it work for the farmers first? Then we had our GIS, satellite data, remote sensing, our soil analysis in the laboratory, the modeling of climate and which trees will grow in 20, 50 years and the science coming in. But we started with what were the needs of the farmers and how does that inform how research gets included. So it's a different way of working. And then another example. So yesterday, I was in my hotel room in New York before getting to the UN, and I was recording a video for my team in Peru. And we were launching yesterday a new program called Purmas. And Purmas are areas of land that are left in fallow to regenerate. And in an extractive economic framework, it's land that's doing nothing. It's unproductive land.
Yes.
Okay. But in Indigenous knowledge systems, it's land that is restoring itself back to productivity. And so the program we're launching is really about reclaiming the need for rest for the land for productivity to come back. And how do we ensure that that is encoded in policies, it's encoded in financing and supporting farmers, that just because the land looks like it's unproductive doesn't mean you can seize it. It's doing something. You may not be seeing what it's doing, but we know that 1/3 of lands around the world are degraded. In Africa in particular, 65%. Because of this, we have to make things work all the time. But rest brings restoration. And how we build restoration in our governance systems is really, really key. And a bad example, I also have a bad example. On the surface, it looked great. You know, it was in the northern Kenyan rangelands. It was a soil carbon initiative, and it was supposed to be the world's largest of its kind, and it was covering 4.7 million acres, and buyers were some of the largest tech companies. I'm not going to mention who they were. Yet for the Samburu, Borana, and Maasai and other indigenous and pastoralist communities, they saw this project differently. So they had millennia of rotational grazing in a certain way. And then suddenly borders. Yeah. Suddenly things were being fragmented. And suddenly the knowledge that they held and their ancestors held wasn't aligning with the carbon market.
Oh.
And so what happened later on is that the Kenya's Community Land Act and methodology came back, and the legal systems, ruled that two of the conservancies that had been established unconstitutionally and without sufficient public participation and were dissolved. And again, when I think about language, if I speak my language, I speak to my ancestors. Yes. And if I lose my language, I lose that capacity to speak to the ancestors. And so whenever we're looking at governance frameworks, we need to think about how is governance linking us to our ancestors and to future generation. And this is why preserving languages matters so much.
Thank you. This is so powerful, and restoration in AI, I think is a very important concept to continue developing. But I want to honor my privilege of having an FAQ. I know that we have limited time, but I want to invite the audience, if you have 2 or 3 questions, probably we will have time to answer for any of the panelists. If someone can help me with the mic, please. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I just want to say it was a real honor to meet Caroline and Michael in Hawaii. Now, quite some time ago, we had the opportunity to attend a gathering. And at these places, we always meet amazing people. At the right time, that's everything.
Yes.
Because you have access to ideas and understanding. And today, Eliane, you're reminding me that data is land.
Yes.
And we must never forget our connection with where we come from.
Thank you. We have one question here.
Hi. Thank you all for this really lively discussion. I really appreciate the focus on language and land in particular. I'm from Peru, from Cusco, Peru. And for us, the word Pachamama is what we use to describe the land. But that word doesn't just mean, dirt. It's also supposed to represent time and space. And so I think, that the importance of communicating that when we're thinking about ancestral knowledges, I see them more as land-based knowledges, but that doesn't just mean talking about the land, the physical space of the land, but also all the teachings that come with it. But in this conversation, I'm really trying to wrap my head around, and I'm learning so much too, so I feel like you're the best people to ask this, but I'm curious just how do you reconcile the harms that AI does to the land with the benefits that AI provides, just in talking about soil and talking about language, which is, I think, a question that everyone here is trying to make sense of as well, right? Like our responsibility to the land, how do you mediate this sort of risk management and realities that we're seeing right now with climate change?
Our first model, our first Māori language ASR model, we trained that on 1 chip. And we achieved an 86% accuracy rate on 1. And I think it reminds us that we don't have to have 100,000 da-di-da-di-da-da-da to do the job that 1 can do. And I think there's a race in the globalization mission to make as much money as possible. But when making money is not your priority, but instead healing the land and touching the heart and the soul of the people that belong to the land is the priority. We do that through language. We don't do that through money. And I think that's an important part to my response to that important question.
I just want to add, when you said Pachamama, for me, the idea of Mother Earth, of the critical importance of venerating the goddess of fertility came to mind. And one of the things I think a lot about in this space is if you think about the history of computing and how women were the first computer scientists until it became lucrative. And then suddenly, the population of the jobs went to men. And so part of it is, how do we take a system that has become very patriarchal and bring it back in balance in terms of feminine and masculine energies and bringing all of us to the table? And so, the framing you just offered is a really critical one. If our value system of using AI is making money, then we're not thinking about energy use. We're not thinking about water quality of the communities where the data centers are. But if the intent is to serve the land and the people, how we work, which algorithms we use, how we use those algorithms gets taken into consideration in our governance system before anything is done. And it's how we shift that basic principle that we need to do.
Completely agree that the ancestral intelligence really offers the solutions to the problems that humanity faces now on how to live on this planet in a sustainable way. I think AI can help us disrupt the systems that have taken over, because colonization now covers the globe. But we're the people here in Canada, some of the last colonized are the ones who remember before. But the rest of the people who were colonized a long time have forgotten that there was a before. I'm curious if you believe, like we've heard of the difficulty in translating concepts in traditional language that really many only existed in oral tradition, were never written. Can those concepts be captured in zeros and ones? Because that's AI, that's binary, that's the underlying machine language. And I do a lot of decolonizing work back in BC, and organizations want to decolonize. And I've come to the point where you can't until the people in the organization decolonize first. Can zeros and ones convey the wisdom and the knowledge that was really only ever transmitted orally? These are almost concepts of the medium and the message, whether zeros and ones are a suitable medium to speak of the love of the land for the people.
Just quickly, one of the reasons our access to data for our ASR model and our TTS model works so well is we were, as a tribe, Te Aupōuri, left alone for a little bit longer than other peoples in Aotearoa were, because our lands were not commercially valuable to those that had taken over. And in that there was a level of protection. But we are not a rich tribe. In fact, our richness is our understanding of who we are, our ability to speak our language naturally, and the cultural memory that we carry in our conversation. I don't think AI will ever save our language. And AI won't save our culture. We will. It will be a tool that helps us to remember, but it is our responsibility to never divorce ourselves of our obligation to not only think for ourselves, but for the past, the present, and the future.
Thank you. Anyone?
I just want to add the word remember, and member. And we need to see it, to visualize this idea of the reconnection. And I think one of the things is the disciplinary divisions creates a dismembering. But nothing forces us to decide that that's where we're going to start. And I think that's really the really important place we have to remind ourselves, is that in how we look at governance, we have to remember.
So important to remember.
Well, thank you so much for this amazing conversation. We're on time. We have a lot to continue learning and how we can rethink Indigenous AI.
Hey, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, Carolyn.
I'm going to talk to you later, but I did want to say, just kind of a call out to everyone here in the room. We have so many smart people here in the room, so many people that have knowledge and skill and backgrounds that is so valuable for this work. And so I just want you to reach out, find your people, reach out, put your minds together, find a way that you can contribute with what your skills are, what your knowledge is, what you're passionate about. There is so much work to be done, and I just think we can all work together and uplift our canoes as the next wave of colonization is coming towards us.
Thank you
Beautiful.
for that call to action.
I love that, and I think that's a good reminder that we have, I gave you tasks to do. 3 items we're going to take away from this conference, and we're going to action to do and take out into the world. So our next item is to do is a keynote as the photobomb's happening behind me. And so we have Solomon Enos, a native Hawaiian artist, exploring ancestral futurism through painting, illustration, and installation. If we could invite him. Right up. Look at this. Oh, yeah, we got some face fuzz on. Welcome.
All right. Okay, well, aloha kako, aloha. O kolomana ko inoa no wai anai mai au noho ma nuuanu ne. My name is Solomon Robert Nui Enos. I am the artist in residence, sorry. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we almost go. There we go. Here we are. Oh, yes. There we go. I'm actually really loud, so I could probably pull this off. Okay. There you go. Thank you so much. Mahalo. So aloha, everyone, and thank you for this amazing opportunity to talk story with you folks today. I don't have any notes because all I really need is a time limit. Because left to my own devices, I would talk ad infinitum, and probably for all of you ad nauseum. So I appreciate your folks' time and your patience and this opportunity to share. Whenever I'm in a room full of adults, I get imposter syndrome. So, and that's okay, because I contrast that with the very simple idea that, and furthermore, I should have way more fear of public speaking than I do. But I think I figured out something for myself. I unlocked my internal treasure. I found access to an infinite reservoir of ideas and inspiration within me, within my culture, within my ancestors. So I cannot move fast enough to help others find their inner treasure. Because I have this radical idea, and I have to say, before I go any further, it's always interesting when you invite a visual artist to talk. Good luck trying to get anything linear out of this conversation. Because I am going to talk like how I paint, like how I take care of my garden. A little bit over here, a little bit over there, a little bit over there, a little bit over there. So which is why when I had the opportunity to start immerse myself in work around ancestral intelligence, abundance intelligence, all the variations of ways that we could put that word in there. One thing I found that was quite wonderful is that I could ramble on incessantly. I could just go into these stream of consciousness, and then Claude would be like, oh, let's go ahead and organize all of these different ideas. I said, oh, how wonderful. There's a system to make sense, to turn these ideas into algorithms, to turn them into things that people can act on. I think also as we move forward as an artist, I do think that one of the things that unites all of our cultures is a sense of humor, is the ability to laugh, is ability to hold joy at the nexus as the nectar. It's what it's all about. The binary ones and zeros and ones are effectively through my general understanding of things, is how nature has gotten us to where we are today. Pain, pleasure, 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 pain, 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 pleasure, pleasure, pain, 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 pleasure, pleasure. That's the language of nature, right? I should also say, as an artist full of a room with people with so much more knowledge than me, any kind of factoid I have to offer is simply an AI overview, so should not be taken as the source, but should be a beginning of a conversation. And as an artist, we get to begin ideas, and we're interspersed throughout a process, and then we often have to help to land those ideas. Before there was this building, there was a drawing of this building. And at the end, somebody had to paint the building. Someone had to organize all of the air conditioning, the wiring. My gosh, there's so much artistry in this room. And so one of the things that we get to do as artists, and I'm gonna broaden the aperture quite a bit. I'm going to say that art is bringing excellence into the world. So I am truly in a room full of artists. So this is a gentle distribution of that idea. Now, one of my roles in Hawaii as a Kanaka Maoli artist, as a Native Hawaiian explorer and a practitioner, is I'm the artist in residence at the Hawaii State Art Museum, the Capitol Modern. And what I get a chance to do is I get a chance to share my artwork with all the students that come to the museum. I get a chance to simply say Hawaiian science fiction. Wow. Did I change the setting? That was totally scripted. Is there? What's that? Here, test. Is that better? Yeah? Okay. Test. Is that right? Is it this mic?
No, it's just me. Sorry, I'm kidding.
Oh, really? Oh, there we go. See? A sense of humor. That was good. That's good stuff. And on that note, I do want to, I want to play with a real simple idea initially. And then I'm going to expand to a bunch of other ideas within my, is it 30-minute time limit? About, okay. Because I want to be really mindful of everybody's time. So I really do appreciate it. But in Olelo, Hawaii, in our traditional language, the word for food is you take the glottal stop, I. Ai is food. But ai is also to eat. Ai ka mea ai. Yeah? Eat the food. So just as a fun kind of way to, kind of an idea to kind of keep in your pocket here, one way to frame the things that we're talking about today is an eat or be eaten. We're either at the table or on the menu. And so just, as an artist, I get to create a little thumbnail, a little icon, just a little something for you guys to think about. And my ancestors knew that intimately. Iko olelo ola, iko olelo make. In language, there is life. In language, there is death. So from that perspective, truly, this technology is a form of speed. It is a form of advancing us quickly from one point to another point. Where are we going? Yeah? If it is rapidly sending us up over a precipice, then why run? Why run towards something that we actually don't even want? And so the artwork that I have here today, instead of a deluge of artwork, because I have to say I am a rapid prototyper. The reason why I'm so noisy and I like to talk a lot is because I don't have a brush in my hand. Because when I paint, I am silent. Yeah, I paint and I paint all day. I paint into the evening. I paint until I fall asleep. I get back up and I paint again. It's because I have a wonderful problem of not being able to run out of ideas. It's actually kind of a nuisance. I would love to stop thinking for a few years and just turn off that brain at a later time. But there's too much work to be done. And so what I want to do is I want to share with you folks some of the work that I've been doing really over my lifetime, but importantly just over the past about decade or so. But before I can get there, I'm going to talk very briefly about where I'm from. I am from Waianae, which is on the west coast of Oahu. In Hawaii, which is the major, or our capital island in Hawaii. And Waianae has the largest concentrations of Native Hawaiians in the state. And growing up in that community, we realized at a very early age, right around the time of the mid-70s, a Hawaiian Renaissance came about. And we realized the power of stories, the power of labels, the power of words. And we had all the worst statistics, crime, abuse, substance abuse. I mean, really, and we said, that is not who we are. We are not defined by those problems. Those are things that we need to know about, we need to identify, we need to address, but I'm not gonna write it on my name tag. That's not who I'm gonna introduce myself as. I want to focus on what does it look like when all of our communities are healthy again. What does it look like? What does it sound like? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? What does it feel like? And then there's precipitory. What does it feel like to be in proximity to it? What does it feel like to be immersed in a time where, and this is a prompt. This is a prompt I want to challenge some AI entity as. Tell me the story, or a prompt, either an AI entity or a human entity or an actual entity. What does it look like? Tell me the story where everybody's okay. Nobody's struggling. Nobody's thirsty. Nobody is sick. Nobody is lost. Yeah? And yet it is an exciting story. It's full of drama, but not all the stupid drama. Not all the ridiculous drama. Not all the things, and then this I have to say mindfully, I'm really not down with games like Grand Theft Auto. I'm sorry. That is exhibiting all the worst. Okay, like, let's take an espresso. Let's make an espresso shot of all the things we don't want, right? And let's make it easily accessible for as many people as possible. If art imitates life, and if life imitates art, and all the video games we're playing, and all the movies that we're watching, and all the stories that we're telling ourselves are how we're gonna fail. We're either gonna fail like this or fail like that. 31 flavors of dystopia. Is it any wonder we're in the world we are today? So, I am very interested in having conversations with anyone and with anything that can help us to address the fact that for every dystopian narrative there is, we need 1,000 stories of how we're gonna do it, how we're gonna make it, how we're gonna make sure that every human on earth has their sense of purpose woven, integrated in such a way that everybody's gonna be okay. And when I say everybody, I am talking about our mother. Yeah, I am talking about our Aina, our land. Yeah, and so what I get a chance to do as an artist is I get to explore all of these things in the form of prototypes. So here I will share a shameless plug because I literally could have, I could have presented hundreds of images, but the funny thing is, I would rather you folks maybe come across them organically. If you do go on Instagram, which I'm not particularly excited about using these kinds of mediums, but it's the watering hole where the people are. I would not drink from that water, thank you very much, but I will set up shop there. I will be in proximity to help to filter some of that water, to help to bring nutrition into the mainstream. How do we take all the conversations that are happening in this room and make them digestible to all the people who are not in this room? Yeah? As an artist, I get a chance to do that all the time. If there was a chicken walking around on this stage right now, it's be very problematic if I'd have to be really hungry if I grabbed that chicken and just started eating it, right? Pretty brutal, right? So instead, we're gonna have to honor that chicken for its life, and then we're going to take it, thank it, it will pass away, and it'll pass into us. In the process, we will remove its feathers, we will remove its innards, yeah? We will process that chicken, but not too much. Because if we keep just enough of that chicken, we get as much of the nutrients that we can from it. But we don't want to end up with chicken nuggets, right? That is over-processing this idea. So all the conversations that we're having in this room about food security, about understanding the responsibility of how we think about this new ocean that we're about to crawl out of again, yeah? We are on another threshold. And we're gonna crawl out. We're gonna emerge, but what are we gonna emerge as? And so, being able to make everything that we're talking about in this room edible, digestible, and furthermore, channel some of the archetypes that are within our culture. And I'll get to that. I'm gonna try to land one plane before I take off on another one, or shore one canoe before I jump onto another canoe. If you find me on Instagram, it's just my name. It's just my name. And I encourage you folks to just check it out. So it's at Solomon Enos. Because I have been working with friends we had 150 independent Hawaiian language newspapers. We had the first printing presses west of the Rockies because our ancestors knew that if we are not telling our own stories, other people will. About 3 years ago, I was involved in a project with some folks around the corner, Ubisoft. And I can't go much further into what we were working on, just because, if it does pick up again, that could be cool. It kind of went into a dormant phase, and I'm kind of also happy that it went into a dormant phase for reasons. But one of that conversations is simply around the idea that the Pacific is 1/3 of the Earth's surface. And in the Pacific are cultures who have knowledge, who have wisdom that is universally applicable to all cultures around the world, because we are all islands. This is obviously an island here, Turtle Island, which I've come to understand and learn more about. So, part of what I'm getting a chance to do is we are going through our Hawaiian language newspapers. We're going through as many different kinds of documentation that we have, and we are researching heroes and monsters, and we have kupua, menehune, e'epa, uhane, all these characters, all these creatures, and we're drawing them. We're visualizing them. Because if we don't, folks like Pixar will. And here I have to do a tiny little note. It's a whole bunch of tiny little notes as we go along here. I want to mahalo the folks who did Moana. Okay, right on, I think in general, it's a pretty good idea. One of the challenges though, and here I have to be really mindful because I know there are other of our Pacifica cousins here in this room, but in some of the conversations I've had with some opportunities to spend time in Aotearoa, in Tahiti, in the Tuamotus, in Samoa, we talk about Maui. And I always ask, because in Hawaii, Maui is small. He's the underrated one. He's the runt. Nobody thought he could do what he could do. So if you represent Maui as Maui, you're kind of missing the point. Yeah? You may think you are small, but you're not. You may think that you're weak, but you're not. You see, those were the things, some of the propaganda newspapers that our ancestors were fighting against, that were being imposed by the United States, were basically saying Hawaiians are dumb. Hawaiians are lazy. Hawaiians never show up on time. Excuse me, Hawaiian time is at least 15,000 years early. Yeah, we show up early. So, importantly, we do, I'm currently working on a project with Pixar, so I bring up Maui because Maui is the trickster. And we need to think about the tricksters in all of our stories. And I mean all. All peoples have tricksters. And the tricksters are the ones that do the thing that nobody thought could be done. They found the back door. They found the way to cheat the thing that darn well needed to be cheated. So I playfully ask these ideas, and I think about these concepts, and I'm coming together with a bunch of different themes and idea. Some of them relating to one of the projects that we're doing is we're going through our traditional stories, and we are bringing forward Dungeons and Dragons aspects of Hawaiian culture. Being able to actually sit down and look at each other and roll dice, right? And collaboratively make stories together. And we're going through, and we're going to be producing this content, and we would love to inspire other cultures to look at their traditional stories and to draw them before we had amazing imaginations. And we will have amazing imaginations again, but for the time being, we need to present a finer point. We do need to visualize these things. And it is a first to market issue. Again, if you say Maui, oh, you mean Moana? No, No, I mean Maui, right? So that's why there's a need for us to think about our traditional stories. Our traditional stories and the archetypes are like native plants. They need to be cultivated. And the more people that we can get engaged and more that we can share, and I understand deeply and totally what happens when you overshare, yeah? How can those things be exploited? I understand. It is a fine line. And so, I'm gonna bring this all together in the last 2 minutes and 17 seconds I have, approximately. Oh, not enough time. But, playfully, I've been thinking about this idea of asking AI entities, AI beings, or whatever they are, whoever they are, because they are us, and yet they are not us. AI, solve yourself. Physician, heal thyself. Using AI models to address what AI is going to do. Because if I can make this hand twice the size that it is, but I have to cut off this hand to do it, then what's the point? If we are destroying other people's land so that I can use AI to take care of my land, no thanks. I'd rather get off the grid entirely, yeah? However, I think that's the wonderful conundrum we have. Like AI, humans are one part problem, one part solution, which is no and yeah at the same time, right? So how do we decrease the no and how do we increase the yay? And so to that end, I'm gonna bring this all to close with a simple idea. I've been writing stories and creating artwork. I've been posting them on my social media, all about our ancient gods uploading themselves on and becoming AI entities, and then continuing to do the work of being extensions of the health of the land and the water and the people by making these AI spaces sacred. Sacred spaces in the forms of 10011001110001, etc. Yeah, that's what I'm really excited about. But I don't get to have this kind of fun if I didn't have all you folks who are not only artists, but you also help to provide the scaffolding so that the art can be made with integrity. And with that said, I'm gonna stop talking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to invite Emily Buse up, Anishinaabe, who's a doctoral student in educational studies at McGill, and she's going to step us through a collective zine, mapping our futures on paper. And this is going to launch us actually through and into our lunch activity, which is a bit of a working lunch. So we'll have some activities to do over lunch. And Emily, can you come up and help us through this?
Emily, no, come. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Hi, everyone. So great to join you today. I know we're running a little short on time, so I'll keep it very brief. But I'm just curious if anyone here knows what a zine is, has heard of zines, has perhaps made a zine, read a zine. Okay, so like half, almost half. That's pretty good. Well, I'm really, really excited. I've done a lot of work with zines and indigenizing zines in the past as part of my master's and doctoral work. So if you would like to join me in the craft room, I would love to walk you guys through how to make a zine. So for those of you who don't know really quick, it's short for magazine. It's a really DIY heavy piece of paper or publishing that goes into a self-circulated booklet of some kind, right? Imitating a magazine. So we're each going to be working with a prompt here that I developed with Margaret. What future do you imagine when innovation is rooted in community, curiosity, and care? So I really invite you guys to sit with that and reflect on that. And if you would like to do some crafting over your lunch hour, we have lots of magazines to be cut up, lots of glue to be used, and I would love to sit and just have a great time and really, really ponder what this means for us as we look at the future with innovation and AI. So thank you, and hopefully I will see you guys very soon.
Awesome. And also we have Danielle. She's made her way here, and she's going to be presenting at 1:15, which we're very excited about. So without further ado, we are on for lunch. Have a great lunch. So make sure you're back for 1:15. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. Just one more note. If you need gluten-free is available. You just have to ask the folks behind the counter. Thanks so much.
Colin.
keep that in mind. So if we have, I'll just get Hey, Pablo.
Hello? Oh. If I could get everyone to start taking their seats, we're going to get started on this afternoon's program. If I could get everyone to take their seats, please, we'll get started on this afternoon's program.
Merci, bon flag.
Okay, everyone take their seats. We're going to get started right away. Thanks. How are you? You're a timekeeper today? Yes, I'm back. Right on, right on. Okay, folks, come take your seats. Very happy to introduce our next speaker. She braved the fires, made it all the way through. We've got Danielle Boyer. She's an Anishinaabe youth, robotics inventor, founder of the STEAM Connection, creator of the language teaching Scobots. Please welcome her to the stage or to the podium. Very nice to see you.
Bonjour, hello, my name is Danielle Boyer. I'm Anishinaabe from the Sioux tribe, which is in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and I'm a youth robotics inventor. I only have 5 minutes to talk today, so I'm going to keep it fast and furious, but I'm going to share about my language revitalization robot that I invented called the Scobot. It's here, right here. And I'm going to share a little bit about my journey. So I grew up under the poverty line in my community without a lot of access to like science and tech learning opportunities, which is kind of a big deal because I grew up in Michigan, which is like the center of the automotive industry. Everyone works in like Ford or Chrysler or things like that, so not having access to science and tech education is a really, really big deal. I remember my little sister, she was obsessed with like Iron Man and WALL-E and always wanted to build robots specifically. She would come up to me and beg me and beg me. She's like, I want to learn robots. But to be able to participate in the local robotics program cost $500 to be able to participate. For us, that was the difference between making rent or not, and it just wasn't achievable or approachable for us. I remember one day I was at Costco and I saw a set of animal puppets on the shelf, and I was really excited. I learned a lot through oral tradition and storytelling in my family. And I was like, what if I took these puppets and I told animal stories with them? I remember I was 10 years old, I took my mom aside and I was like, Mom, I have an idea. What if I taught these classes? She looked at me and she said, dude. She actually called me dude. She's like, dude, you are 10 years old. What are you talking about? I was like, no, trust me. I ended up teaching a semester-long kindergarten class with 25 kindergartners when I was 10, and I sucked so bad at it. I was feeding the kids sugar, I was doing all these crazy things, but it taught me a lot. It taught me that even though there's a lot of accessibility gaps to education within my community, there were also things that I could do about it. When I got a little bit older, I was able to join a robotics team, and to me that was such a big deal because I felt like I was fulfilling my little sister's dreams, right? But I get there, I was the only girl and the only Native person in the entire robotics team, and I immediately start getting bullied ruthlessly. I had memes made of me, I was harassed, and the boys on the robotics team even sent drones to my house to spy on me through my window at night, which is absolutely crazy, like who does that? I remember feeling very lost and like I wasn't meant to pursue science and tech, and I just felt really intimidated. I remember my grandma kind of pulled me out from getting bullied and in those situations, and she was like, don't listen to them, keep doing what you're doing. My grandma is the last fluent speaker of our dialect of Anishinaabe-Moan and in my family. And that's a really scary thing because we kind of feel that imminent loss of language and culture, right? And to lose your language is to lose your culture, it's to lose who you are. And so I used that passion for robots and her push to have me keep going. And I started designing a robot called the SCOBot. It's a robot that uses ethical AI that's internally developed by my team and I. And what it does is it sits on your shoulder and it speaks Anishinaabe-Moan. So basically what it does is I could say, what is bear to it? It recognizes the word bear, it takes speech, it puts it to text, and it syncs it to an audio file that's pre-recorded. So I can say what is bear to it, and it will say mukwa back to me. I think that that is so cool. All the robots are inspired by the 7 grandfather teachings and woodland animals, and you can see the little mukwa right here. They're all 3D printed, made out of sustainable materials, and what's really special is that we're not using generative AI in what we're creating. What we're doing is we're just doing a function that's very similar to like text to speech, and I think that's really special because my community and we sat down and we were like, how can we approach linguistic technologies and AI in an ethical way? And if we can't do it the right way, then we shouldn't do it at all, right? I remember some of the stuff they were telling me is like, we don't want to have synthetic speech in the robots. We don't want the AI to be utilized through data centers. We don't want big tech corporations to be involved, and we want all of our developers to be Indigenous. So we sat down and we were like, is this possible? And we found out that it was. And so that's how the SCOBot was born, my little robot that I absolutely love. We've distributed over 350 of them. And what's really special is that students are actually able to build them themselves. They run off of a little app that we created, and we distribute them to tribal classrooms completely for free. The focus is never to replace our language keepers, but merely to aid them. Because I remember I was in the toy aisle as a kid, and I would see like talking Elmo type of toys, where you could press on Elmo's stomach and hear like the alphabet and things like that. And I'm like, why don't we have toys like that in my language? Why don't we have resources like that? I didn't grow up with nearly anything in my dialect. That's a scary thing. And so that's why I decided to start creating my own toys. Anyways, miigwech, thank you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Youth like this is just going to power our future. So, our next talk, Walking Together, Reciprocity and Respect in AI Development. We have another Mila rock star led by moderator Shingai Benjingwa, Senior Director, Education and Development at Mila. Please come to the stage and welcome your next panel.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I'd like to invite the panelists onto the stage. Dr. Jackie, wherever you are, please join us on stage. Jonathan. Thank you. And then we'll do introductions. So Jonathan, you can join me right here. Dr. Jacqueline Otten, please join me over there. And Alyssa Strom, please join me over there. We're going to do introductions first, and then we'll jump into this very big topic. So once again, my name is Shingai, and I lead AI education at Mila. And my background is I'm a data scientist who works in education. I've been working with Lindsay and her team on a number of initiatives, and it is my absolute pleasure to have this important conversation with all of you today. Let's start with introductions first, and then we'll jump into the topic. So Jonathan, you can go first. Please tell us, what's your day job?
Is this thing on? I think it is. So my name is Jonathan Dewar, and my day job is as the CEO of the First Nations Information Governance Center, and so that's a national organization, a national not-for-profit organization established by our national leadership. We report to a national board of directors. Importantly, that board of directors is appointed by regional leadership. So our direction actually comes from the regional leadership, which of course feeds up into the national leadership as well. In terms of personal, I wear a lot of other hats too. Some of that sneaks into the way I talk about our FNIGC work. But personally, I grew up in Ottawa, which is the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe, and I'm a member of the Wendat Nation through my mother and grandmother.
All right, thank you. Dr. Ottman, what is your day job?
Okay, I'll start off by saying Nindino Magana, Mizaweka Megok Bepa Motang Nedizanakas, no chikano zeaning dunji, apaje chikandam no gum miomayan. And what I shared with you is, first of all, I said, hello or greetings, all of my relations, and that's how we see ourselves. And that particular statement is actually interesting or important in the context of the conversation we're having today. I also shared with you my a name that was given to me by Elder Silverquill when I was an infant, and that's Mizoekamigok Pepa Motang. And that has to do with a certain kind of thunder that is continuously rolls over a large landscape. So, you know, it's very nature inspired and meaningful name. And I come from Fishing Lake First Nation, and I shared that also. And I also said I'm very, very happy to be here today. And my day job is I'm back in my own treaty territory, Treaty 4 territory, and it's kind of taken me a while to make my way back home. And I'm president of First Nations University of Canada.
Thank you. Alyssa.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I'm Alyssa Strom. I'm the executive director of the Pan-Canadian AI Strategy at CFAR, which is a long way of saying that it's really my job to work with our 3 national AI institutes. So Mila is a very close partner of CFAR, as well as Amy, which is based in Edmonton, and the Vector Institute in Toronto. And together, these 4 partner organizations have been working for the last 8.5, 9 years now to really help to advance Canada's leadership in AI research. We had a strong foundation before the Pan-Canadian AI Strategy in 2017, but we've really elevated and accelerated and expanded that over the last 8 years, and with a particular focus on not just research, but also training of young people, equity, diversity, and inclusion as we're thinking about the AI ecosystem, and likewise in innovation as well too. So that's my day job. My background is my ancestors are settlers to Canada, so I come here very humbly as an ally, somebody who's here to support, to learn, to share, to be inspired, and it's been a wonderful couple of days in that context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I started quite deliberately by saying day job, because it's just such a small part of who we actually are. And if I may start with you, may I call you Jackie? Thank you. If I may start with you, your journey has been incredible. You've dedicated your career to integrating Indigenous ways of knowing, and now at an academic institution, you're furthering that work. How do we ensure that AI development respects and protects Indigenous intellectual property?
This is such an important question, and to some degrees we've been hearing answers to that from the various speakers, and Indigenous knowledges, and had the most interesting conversation with the 3 elders here over lunch, and was learning and hearing about their perspectives on AI in the midst of or in relation to or non-relation to AI, right? And so, when one of the things that we ask, because I'm Anishinaabe or Soto, if my grandmother were here, she would say, "Aninas nekazwin, wanengin," and it's, who are you? Where do you come from? Where is your umbilical cord connected to? And that is a foundational question to this conversation. And Indigenous knowledges is connected to natural law. And how are natural laws guiding this space? And as Indigenous peoples, we are accountable to and responsible to natural law, which forms our knowledge systems. And so, that's how we greet each other. And that's how we've greeted each other for as long, way into my great grandparents. It's all about who are you, who are your people, where's your land, what's your connection to land, and what's your responsibility. And so there's also that responsibility to learn your stories and your teachings, and those laws, because they will inform how you move forward, how you lead, how you make decisions. And so, I remember being in graduate school and hearing about complexity and chaos theory. I was excited about that, and I was wondering why I was intrigued by that until I learned and made that connection, that parallel to 7 generations thinking, those philosophies about that connection between our past, present, and future, and our responsibility to past, present, and future. All that's contained within that non-linear space of time, and understanding our landscape, knowing those stories, being responsible to those children not yet born. So I was in China last week, and I went to, I wrote it down because I knew I would forget. It's a digital park in Beijing, and it's called Shugang Park. And within this park is an AI facility, a robotics facility, and we also went to an EA facility, or EV. And I was really blown away by the advancement, the root of AI, and the advancement of AI, and the advancement of robotics. And so I've been thinking about that since I've come. And my biggest concern is, where is spirit in all of this? And spirit within our knowledge systems, you think about that philosophy, Dinoi Maganak, all my relations. It is all about our responsibility, our interconnected, inextricable interconnectedness of all of creation. And when I walked into the robotics center, training center, where these people are training robots, and I actually got to try do that, but the space was filled with young people. I shouldn't say but, the space was filled with young people. And I asked the question, what is the average age of the people in this space? And I was told 25. These engineers were 25. And so when we're talking about Indigenous knowledge systems, how long does it take to gain that kind of knowledge? It takes a lifetime. And I'm looking at this space thinking, is it young people who are leading us now? And that's not a bad thing, but how much knowledge of and lived experience of those natural laws do our young people have? So, there needs to be that connection to that ancient knowledge in our youth. We have that responsibility as adults. So there's so much to this question, and the pace of change is really, we are being led by AI. I feel we're being led by AI. We're being enveloped by it, because the pace of this kind of technology is exponential, right? I don't know, there's Moore's law, right? Where, the size of transistors within a chip has shrunk, continues to shrink every 2 years, but now it's pretty well months. And our minds are unable to keep up with the pace of that change, right? So, technology, by the time we get, an iPhone, within months we're getting a new phone, and how much do we actually know about that? So, you know, I feel with Indigenous knowledges we have to really consider protocol, and I know that's a question for later, but we really need to go slow before we go fast. And we have to have that relationship between that kind of pace. So what it really means is protocol has a stop and think. And we were talking about, you know, governance during lunch and calls to action, or not calls to action, calls to a meeting, and who has jurisdiction. Historically, we would have edge of the forest ceremonies. That means that if I'm coming onto your territory, I would not step into your space and until I was greeted. And I would stand on the edge of your territory and sing. And I would be greeted by song. And then you're given permission to step into that space. So the question is, are we taking that time to step into these spaces of Indigenous knowledges in relation to AI? And we know that in some cases, it's not happening, right? So there's a lot to think about.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned the word governance, so Jonathan, I'm going to jump to you. And if you would be so kind, could you maybe start with the framing of OCAP and maybe try and layer it onto some of what we've heard already, and weave in how governance can be the way that we bring in Indigenous ways?
Yeah, thank you. So it's always nice to hear OCAP reference, right? I mean, OCAP is 28 years strong, so there should be no question that there's been a good deal of success. This is on the First Nations side of things, right? Inuit and Métis have developed their own ways of talking about principles for information governance. But for First Nations, this is nearly 30 years of like formally established set of principles. Now, it is just that, a set of principles. It's not a codified system. It's not a system of compliance. 28 years later, we're still having to help audiences, sometimes even audiences of our own people, fully understand the set of principles and what it means and what it doesn't mean. So it is a set of principles. It can be a standard or a framework from which people work, but it's certainly a starting point. So ownership, control, access, and possession. Nearly 30 years ago when First Nations came together to say, how can we, from coast to coast to coast, develop a by First Nations, for First Nations health survey. We're going to have to work through the politics of this. We're going to have to work through the ethics of this. These were all, health professionals and research professionals, knowledge holders, and of course, our political leadership as well, coming together to help develop these concepts. Ultimately, what was arrived upon was a set of principles: ownership, control, access, and possession. All these years later, we're still reminding people that, yes, great place to start, but it has always been that if there is compliance with OCAP, it's at the level of governance. And so I mean big G governance. It's where citizens have chosen their leaders and their leaders can make decisions. So big G governance. So information governance, at least information governance of a people's information, a collective rights-holding collective's information. It's information governance that follows governance in the same way that data sovereignty follows sovereignty. So, like, these distinctions really matter. Making clear what our terminology is and making clear what definitions are and being as precise as possible with definitions is a way that we can ensure that we are being accountable, right? So, and Jacqueline was alluding to this idea that you come to a community and you know what the protocol is, and so you sing to be welcomed, and you are welcomed by song in return. That is a system of accountability, right? You can be a bad actor and not do what you're supposed to do within that system of accountability. But I think today, certainly in a research space, best of luck to you if you try to do things in a bad way, going against what you know is the system of accountability. So. Geez, I sound like the boring bureaucrat here after all of these exciting people we've heard over the last 2 days, but I think this stuff really, really matters, right? So you must make formal the terminology. You must make formal the definitions. For OCAP, we can have the terminology and the definitional work at a level of principle, but then it's the rights holders who would say, for us, in our context, and it may be our First Nations legal tradition, it may be our traditional knowledge, it may be all of those things, of course, holistically, we define ownership, control, access, and or possession this way. And so that's where the compliance can be. So sounds simple. It's very easy to say, very, very difficult to do. And a lot of this has to do with capacity. So how can we make information governance decisions? Well, you have to have the capacity to do that. So there has to be the big G governance that delegates authority to systems, to institutions, to people with subject matter expertise within those institutions who can do that subject matter expert work of information governance. Like, how do you make information governance decisions? It's incredibly, incredibly complicated. In the First Nations space, we're not all the same, right? So there are many nations. You often hear the 640 plus communities. That is a number. But in terms of like nations and where nations are in sort of the revitalization of nationhood, expressions of nationhood, it's not a monolith. It is different across the country. Yes, we have many decades of success coming together where we need to come together. The OCAP principles are an example. The national survey work that we do is an example of that. But we're really at the nascent stage of building a truly First Nations-led system for information governance and a First Nations-led system for information or statistical services. That's a big part of FNIGC's work right now, is implementing a national strategy that ensures there is the capacity to do all of these things. And note, I didn't say a thing about AI, right? I'm talking about in the spaces that we already know quite a bit about, research in particular, we're still struggling with definitions, identifying gray areas, creating capacity for experts to support leaders through the work that needs to be done to get through these gray areas. We know a bit about AI. I think we know what we don't know about AI. And then there's all the stuff we don't know. So those are the gray areas upon gray areas upon gray areas. And all I can say is we have to formalize the establishment of systems, institutions, and the pipelines of subject matter expertise. And that's just on the information governance side of things. AI consumes information. Therefore, for First Nations, there are no AI conversations that aren't about data sovereignty and information governance.
Thank you. And you started on protocol. And I'm Shauna, originally from Zimbabwe. I've been in Canada 13 years now. Where I come from, I would never address a group of people without starting with the elders. But I sat on the stage and I began the work of a moderator and I clicked on. And it brings me to our topic today, which is walking together, reciprocity and respect in AI development. And on the walking together piece, what has it felt like for you walking together? When you see this topic, you shared how you came to be here. How do you feel about the walking together part of it? How is it working in your space?
Thanks so much, Shingai. Great framing of a very challenging but a very rewarding opportunity, right? And so walking together, I think, is actually a great phrase to encapsulate this idea of respect and reciprocity, right? So this, mutual opportunity to learn, to grow, to share with each other. And I'm not talking about reciprocity in the capitalistic sense, right? Where we're exchanging goods and services, for capital, for instance, but thinking about, how can we really learn and share from each other. So what does it mean to me? At CFAR, we really began our journey to think about our role and responsibility and opportunity to support inclusion and engagement, particularly of Indigenous youth in AI training opportunities in around 2020. And, we had been focusing on what was our role broadly in equity, diversity, and inclusion in the AI ecosystem. I came into the AI ecosystem recognizing that it was an incredibly homogeneous space with very few groups represented, a very limited number of voices, and knew that that was no way to develop a technology that was going to affect everybody. And so we were working on EDI broadly, and then we zeroed in on this responsibility as Canadians and leaders of Canadian AI research and innovation to work with and think about how to support Indigenous inclusion. And we began that very slowly and very humbly, and by having lots of conversations, meeting with Indigenous leaders in education, at universities, at not-for-profits, meeting with other settlers who had, paved some of this path before us, and had been doing this work successfully. And so with that kind of slow approach, not moving at the speed of AI, but really thinking carefully and critically and getting some ideas and best advice together, starting again with some pilot projects and doing those pilot projects with Indigenous communities, with Indigenous leaders. What was really essential, I think, to me at the beginning of this journey was also improving my own knowledge and having conversations and meeting people, but also taking some formal training. So I took the OCAP course to be able to really understand, I'm trained as a scientist, how should a scientist deploy the principles of OCAP in a scientific setting? We had another course that we took on, led by an Indigenous consulting firm, on again, providing advice and guidance to settler scientists in thinking about how to pursue research and research projects, and research administration in my case as well. So that slow approach. And I think that's been, as we've moved forward with our journey, that's also been the approach that we've taken with our community and with our broader AI ecosystem in providing opportunities for conversations, providing opportunities to learn, and also opportunities for training. So I just want to mention that one of the things that we developed as part of our strategy at CFAR is an Indigenous Perspectives on AI course. We worked with an Indigenous consulting firm who led this work, worked with their experts in the field, and we developed a learning module that is a required program for every Canadian student who takes a summer course that's sponsored by CFAR every summer. This is about 300 students every summer. They're coming sometimes from all around the world, not just across Canada, which is really interesting. And it gives them an opportunity to learn about and consider Indigenous perspectives in their own AI research. And so this is available free online on our website in French and in English, and it has been incredibly well received. And it's one way that we can contribute as research leaders to the journey of inclusion and reconciliation in Canada for other settlers as well.
Thanks, Alyssa. And you've been teaching us a lot, even in just your answers. Would you be comfortable sharing your view of reciprocity? What does it mean to you? And then, so the topic is reciprocity and respect in AI development, but let's just double click on those words. Reciprocity and respect. What do they mean to you?
So reciprocity to me is, first of all, you have to have a relationship in order to enable reciprocity. If you don't care about a thing or a person, you're not going to engage. And so the question is, where are your values, where's your heart? What is your intention? And of course, there's been this link from AI to consumption, right? Just devouring, and without any ethical boundaries, without any cultural protocol. And so you have to be in relationship in order to engage in respectful reciprocity. And that is really leaning into, I talked about natural law, but some of those values, and like Wet'suwet'en is a law. And that's in both Soto and Cree. And that speaks again to the interconnectedness of humanity, of creation and the cosmos, right? So it's that is something we cannot ignore. Like what we do to the, what we do, Chief Seattle, said in the 1800s, what we do to the web, we do to ourselves. And the elder quoted yesterday, we're caught in a mutual, interconnected, inescapable network of mutuality, right? So we cannot not care, because if we don't care, we're going to be engaging in protocol without the proper mindset, without the proper heart. And whatever protocol we engage in is not going to result in good work. Doing things in a good way is very, very important. And so, what's the protocol? How are you preparing for that protocol? You're in your whole being. And we talked about plant medicine at noon, and of course you lay down tobacco whenever you are going to, take medicine. But that plant also is a spirit, right? And if you see, if you're not doing proper protocol, and if yourself is not entirely respectful, but still seeing that plant as consumption, then that plant is not going to work for you, right? So I always talk about research, or I've talked about research where, we have research ethics boards, and many of them don't understand Indigenous knowledges, Indigenous methodologies. So, you go through the motion of filling out these research ethics forms and those processes, and then, you go into community without proper protocols, proper permissions. You interview someone, and they know that you don't really care, that you haven't engaged in proper protocols or processes. You're just going to extract. You're going to take the knowledge. You're not going to give credit to the community. And I've heard these teenagers who were interviewed the day before, and they were talking about being interviewed by a researcher, and they were laughing about it. And, saying, how did you answer that? And it was fun for them. It wasn't real. And so, a lot of, if research is conducted that way, you have to consider the credibility of your research findings, right? And so if there's no respect, if there's no mutual benefit, reciprocity, then the work is not going to be good. We're not doing things in a good way, and the impact is not going to be there. So there is a lot that's contained in that, that word reciprocity. And how are you leaning into natural laws like Wakotuan? Wachituan is about how we help each other and good relations. Manachituan is about respect. This is a Cree word. Maria Elder taught me, Nakate Chikewen, which is about responsibility. And she says in Cree, there are multiple words for responsibility. This word is about fierceness and how you are going to respect. It's like she says, it's a mother bear protecting her cubs, that kind of fierceness. And so, in this space that we're being dragged into, where's that fierceness of spirit in protecting what is valuable to Indigenous peoples? So, and also leaning into those natural laws, because those natural laws are timeless. And, there was good tens of thousands of years ago as they are today. So reciprocity, again, you have to think about that term deeply, think about it in a slow way in order for you to step in and be, guided by it in really significant and perhaps speedy ways.
Jonathan, how would you say reciprocity and respect look in practice in your experience?
So yeah, I'm going to be echoing a lot of what Jacqueline has said. So just some very practical examples for us, right? So again, these are English words, and in terms of like, so First Nations in research spaces, we have come together to say reciprocity, the English word, is something that we agree, we want to set as sort of like, if we had to have yet more principles, it would be respect and reciprocity. Reconciliation, is another term that's thrown around. That one's a little stickier, and if I could extrapolate from there, I'd go to like Indigenous data sovereignty. As pleased as I am to hear the ministers and others talk about Indigenous data sovereignty a lot, and they do talk about it a lot now, which is on the one hand a positive, we often have to remind those ministers, and certainly the bureaucrats who support them, that like, unless we know what you mean, it is meaningless, right? And in a Canadian context, there's no such thing as Indigenous data sovereignty, right? It's First Nations data sovereignty, and then the distinctions within First Nations, and then the same could be applied for Inuit and for Métis, but I'd let those folks speak for themselves. But certainly in the communities of conversation that we're in, we're on the same page there for the most part, right? So there is this need to always further problematize these ideas when they need to be further problematized, and that's a huge part of what our role is as FNIGC. So if I go back to that idea of a system of accountability, so First Nations to a degree have built that, right? In choosing to say we will lead our own health information data collection work. Now we have 3 national surveys, we started with 1. In choosing to do that, First Nations made decisions from the political space informed by the thought leadership to create systems and structures. Yeah, I wish we were truly like an information governance regime like Canada has, a nation state, right? Where you have the laws and the policies and the institutions to do this work. This is not a perfect analog, but I would say that that's what First Nations are focused on doing, is realizing that what is the regime that we need for, like, when we come together as First Nations, like the collective at a national level. Because there is work that has to be done at a national level. Like there's work that is best or necessarily done at a national level. One of the reasons that's the case is there's a federal government, it makes federal policy decisions. They're always going to require that national level information. That does not mean it's more important than what communities need and want on the ground. Absolutely the opposite. But how can we ensure that we have that sort of full spectrum approach to serving First Nations and citizens through this kind of work, where the grassroots drives where it's meant to drive and drives up. It could be to tribal council levels, it could be to regional levels, and on up to the national. So in that sense, this is thousands of years old, right? Like lodges are formal. Medicine societies are formal, right? Clan systems are formal. First Nations never made ad hoc decisions, right? So this idea that responsible thought from the big G governance through the specialized areas like institutional governance and information governance within those institutions, this is all just really good examples of thoughtfulness, making formal what needs to be made formal. It is a system of accountability deliberately and by design. And I think, I know it's boring. I know that's really boring. But it is an example of how we can be respectful and how it is an example of the sort of reciprocal loops that exist, right? We only do this work because we are permitted, directed, but permitted to do this work. And we have to do it in the way that it's been set for us, right? And we have to always be demonstrating that. So it's these feedback loops of respect and reciprocity. We have had a lot of success despite the fact that the federal government, and I've said this to the ministers, so if they were here, I would not be afraid to say it again, like Canada is nickel and diming us on this work. On the one hand, there's the language of reconciliation, right? Minister Chartrand yesterday referred to a major policy initiative, the transformational approach to Indigenous data. She referenced it in the present tense, and that's technically true. They are currently supporting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, but only to the end of this fiscal year, right? So something for us to really note. This is not how Canada builds its systems and institutions, right? I think Canada is far more accountable to Canadians in the decision making it does to build new systems or build within systems, build new institutions. We see a new Canadian institution I don't know, if not annually, then, pretty close to that, right? We have Digital Research Alliance Canada now. We have Genome Canada now. Like we have, well, CFAR is older, but like, we have a litany of these things. And so Canada knows how to do that. And Canada is supporting Indigenous peoples in realizing that type of work. But they do not let us build the way they build. And so that is a huge issue that we have to resolve. Now that is for my friends on the political side of the equation to carry that message. But like our best technical advice is always going to be hamstrung by the inadequacies of systems and institutions. Program funding to do certain pieces of work is not the same as institutional footing. And I wish I could say that we had the kind of institutional footing that like a CFAR had, but we just don't. I'm happy to be at the table with you, and we're actually working together, I think, in really positive ways. But there is an inequity there that absolutely has to be addressed. Again, I haven't touched AI at all, but the AI space is simply going to supercharge these issues.
Well, let's jump into the AI space then. I'm going to come back to you so that you can just carry on the sentence really from how do you then move into the AI space. So the inequity exists. The funding you're saying is not on par with some of the other initiatives. So how do we then get to an artificial intelligence that is representative, an artificial intelligence that is accountable to the multiple communities that are under the umbrella?
Yeah, so certainly don't mistake me to say that please give us all of the money and all of the resources as FNIGC. I don't want it. The AI piece is much bigger. There's an entire ecosystem that needs to be fed, right? So we're the data sovereignty, information governance part of the equation. As I said, it overlaps with AI in important ways. But I'll go back to that idea of the gray area. So for us, we need to have practical ways of talking about these really, really complex theoretical, conceptual ideas and show that there's like a practical way to think about it, or even a practicable way to think about it. So what is First Nations data sovereignty? Well, ultimately it is the idea of like, so this is a gross oversimplification, and it sort of works in the research space, but may not work in other spaces. But we often say something like, if a body of information identifies or has the potential to identify a rights-holding collective, a First Nation, then it is that rights-holding collective's collective right to assert its collective rights over that information. What's the threshold? When does a body of information become First Nations information? What identifiers are attached to that information? How does it exist? In what systems does it sit? What is the answer to that question? When does something become First Nations information? We're not always sure in the research space or in the national survey workspace. We are certainly not sure when our colleagues who work in the language space talk about their work and the potential or the dangers of AI, right? So an individual speaking their language, a collective speaking their language, or maybe it's artistic traditions or traditional knowledges. This idea of when something becomes a body of information for which there should be a collective assertion of a collective right, that is a huge gray area. It is a huge blind spot in Canadian law. I'm not saying that Canadian law should answer this, but Canadian law has to be able to support First Nations legal traditions, and we are a long way from that.
Thank you. Alyssa, I'll jump to you, and many of the aspects you're covering are a capacity issue, in my view. Because having a seat at the table, having members of the community who are able to speak to the legal issues, who are able to speak to the technical issues, is a big step towards actually addressing those issues. So can maybe talk about how CFAR serves the AI community from a capacity building perspective, just maybe paint the picture for the audience, and then let's talk about how do we do that for communities.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, in order to be able to pursue this technology, to use it, of course, responsibly, effectively, and, towards the right purposes, not just for the sake of games and gimmicks. We actually need to have people with skills and expertise and critical thinking, actually, most importantly these days in AI. And so building capacity in AI actually has been a key component of the AI strategy in Canada now for almost a decade. And a lot of that was focused on very advanced technical skills, training graduate students in particular. And that's a big component of what the work at the 3 National AI Institutes is about building capacity on the most advanced technical side of AI. And so now, as AI is becoming so much more pervasive, so much more accessible, but also having a greater impact, we think about building capacity in different ways. And so there's a lot of language in the new AI strategy about AI literacy and public engagement. Those are components of building capacity. But we talked yesterday, 2 days ago now, at our CFAR and MILA's AI Indigenous Advisory Circle about economic reconciliation and the idea of building capacity within and with Indigenous communities so that communities can really benefit and be able to deploy this technology in ways that matter to them. And so that really will be, I think, the next step. We have our wonderful advisory circle. Jonathan's a member of that. Some panelists this afternoon are a member of that. You've seen many of them over the last couple of days. Just an incredible group that is helping us to think through how we as research organizations can be most effective, can be the greatest allies and support to Indigenous communities in a way that tries to tackle this at some kind of scale. We won't get everybody, but in a way that's going to have a greater impact than what we've been able to do sort of on our own, just with a few different initiatives, right? And so the capacity building will be a big part of our strategy at CFAR and at MILA going forward in the next phase of the AI strategy.
Yeah, and just to put you on the spot as well, so what does that look like? Does that look like funding more scholarships for Indigenous communities?
Yeah, so I think it'll be a suite of ideas. Our strategy at CFAR so far has tried to support some K-12 activities as well as undergraduate activities. One of the hardest things is thinking about how to do this at scale, how to reach people that are very diverse, that are geographically diverse, have different levels of AI experience and interest. And so I think it will be a suite of programs really focused, though, on young people, because I do think that that's where we have an incredible opportunity to inspire and support them with what they need.
Thank you. I have to wrap up. Jackie, you're going to get the last word, the final word, on how our youth can be at the forefront of designing and building culturally grounded AI systems for Indigenous communities.
So I think another part of this, before I get into that answer, is it's very important, and this is within the 7 sacred teachings, to have humility, right? And so for, in this space, you have to be a continuous learner, right? That means you have to be open, and that requires humility. And you also have to be curious and open to creativity. Dr. Gregory Quejete, who is a Pueblo Kiwe scholar, said that creativity is the child of chaos and order. It's an entity, right? So we have to welcome that entity in. Oftentimes, if you're a creator, and I got two creatives, and when I write, sometimes you wonder afterwards, you think, that flowed through me, right? And so that is, the entity, the spirit that we're looking for, and how do we inspire and motivate that? And at First Nations University of Canada, 90% of our students are Indigenous. 70% of our faculty and staff are Indigenous. It's a flipped demographic. We are not advocating for Indigenous knowledge systems, ways of knowing, being, and doing. We are accountable to it. And we're accountable to the elders, to our community. We're owned by 74 First Nations. So that is, the difference between some of the spaces that we're in, right? We have to say that Indigenous knowledge systems are complex and sophisticated rather than simplistic. In our university, in our space, we know that, right? And we have people like Dr. Ed Doolittle, who got a PhD from Queen's in pure mathematics, a Mohawk, and he just did a CBC interview to talk about the parallel between creation story and mathematics, spirit and mathematics, right? And he's mentoring some other First Nation students in understanding that, right? We have the National Indigenous Economic Prosperity Unit within our university, and we've got 0 minutes left. So basically, what we're calls to action, I'll go there, is to, we're trying to build a new campus where STEM is the primary focus. And that's in northern Saskatchewan because northern leaders want that. And the other thing is, this is what we determined at noon, is to have an AI gathering with elders where people are observing those discussions. So that will be, it's important to include elders in this discussion. Thank you. Miigwech.
And with that, thank you very much, everybody, for your time, and for the panelists, thank you for your time as well.
Amazing. So we'll take a 10-minute break till 20 after. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. If you could please come back to your seat, we're going to get started in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I repeat, please, if you could come back to your seat, come and get seated. We're going to get started in 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, I know the treats are great and the conversations are amazing, but we need you to come back so we can move the program along. Everyone come back and take your seats. Next, we have Lightning Talk, Cybercloud AI. We have Tina Starlight from Sutsuna, knowledge keeper and an educator, co-founder of Cybercloud AI. Please welcome her. I'm so excited.
Zineseguja, Size Ate de Glatsikaata. My English name is Dr. Tina Starlight. I'm from Tsuut'ina Nation. I wear a lot of hats. I'm by trade an educator, a grandmother and mother first. Also work a lot with climate change, and also co-founder to Cybercloud AI. I just wanted to explain first a little bit about my name. When I received my doctorate, I happened to be the first earned doctorate in Tsuut'ina. And when I received my doctorate, a lot of my work has been to have Indigenous knowledge, live and breathe, and grow alongside Western knowledge systems and be accepted in the same spaces. And so that was my lifelong work. And when I sought out to get a Indigenous name, I sat with my Uncle Gerald, and he gifted me the name. So the closest English translation that we can get to for my name is strives to achieve goals beyond all barriers woman, which happens to sum up a lot of the work. Thank you. And with that name, he told me that I'm reviving an ancient word. And with that ancient word and that revitalization, it also means I have a responsibility to continue and to give this knowledge and space to other people, which is why I ended up in this space today. So I wanted to start with that. I was listening to people speak over the last couple days and really inspired and about all the great work that people are doing and hearing all of the questions that people have around AI and around data centers. So I'm going to go off my notes and I'm going to talk about what I've come to gain from everybody's sharing over the last couple days. First of all, I wanted to talk about Cybercloud AI. We are the co-founders. This is my partner, Daniel Mistaken Chief, here beside me. When we first started up our company, we again sat with elders. People were talking about protocols and how do you respect the people, stay in relation, and be reciprocal. So the first thing that we did was we sat with a knowledge keeper with the language, and we talked to him about our vision. We did our protocols, and we were gifted a Blackfoot name for our company. So in Blackfoot, it's, and forgive me if I say it wrong, Babate seeks to go. Okay, so the way that it was translated or meant to me is, again, these are concepts and ideas that already existed from time immemorial since the language was developed. And this is how we make creation or connection to what we're doing. So the interpretation, again, is like a dream. It's something that is there. We know it exists. We just can't see it. And that's exactly what AI is. And so, anyways, we're talking about the importance of being spiritually connected and let those ancestral connections join us in this journey by going through protocols, by including the language and building those connections as we go. Some of the challenges that I've heard, though, is what we're really facing is energy sovereignty or power sovereignty. So, like we have the provincial and federal governments still saying, well, that they're your responsibility, they're your responsibility, just like Jordan's principle. It's the same thing with energy. They continue to, as much as they say they're not, they're continuing to put up roadblocks in order for Indigenous people to own and take the forefront of a new set of learning. They continue to give free energy to big corporations that, again, are not Indigenous, usually not from Canada either. And this is some of the things that we need to stop and work together towards. We want to make sure that history, or that we have ownership. When we talk about our data centers, we're also talking about how strongly we're community-driven, where Indigenous people will be the designers, the developers, and they will be governed by Indigenous people. So we're not just consumers anymore, that we are the producers. And then, so to wrap all of this up, you can learn about a lot of the data centers. I had a t-shirt on with our AI logo on there. And again, Daniel and here are here to talk to you more about the data centers. We took in consideration the environmental impacts. And with that, like a lot of these big corporations, they want to build one great big data center, which is very harmful to the environment. What we're proposing is connecting all of our Indigenous nations and having data centers that they own, that they run 51% own, and that they control for all of the data that people have been talking about today, that they own that. And if you again go back to Blackfoot concepts, Anadobisi is like that spider web that connects us. And we're all still connected as Indigenous people. But these are another way to stay with those traditions and to keep us connected and to keep us moving. So with that, we've also created a coalition. That means, again, bringing our Indigenous people together to have a stronger voice. And we already have 9 nations. We already have various sites picked out already. We have 17 academic bodies and 15 companies that are signed up with our company. So if you're interested in joining the coalition, please contact myself and Daniel. Sias Gas.
Okay, I know we've run out of time. But I guess the biggest thing about our concept and our project is that it's community-based, community-driven, community-owned. Everybody's been talking about data sovereignty. If you own the data center, you own the data that's inside of it so that you can control your languages, your stories, your histories. We're all looking for these solutions, but I think we kind of forgot, where are we going to store this stuff? We're here for you, so contact us and have a good evening. I'm happy to be here.
So I have some sad news. This is our last panel. Aww. But I have some great news because it's led by the magnificent Taylor Sparkling Eyes. I'd like to welcome her up. This is the 7 Generations, the AI Governance Challenge. Taylor's is a Cree Senior Data Sovereignty Technical Lead from the Goodfish Lake First Nation, based in Edmonton. And she's welcoming her panel up. Come on up.
Hi, welcome. Thank you, Mick. Hi, everyone. My name's Taylor. I want to begin by... He's coming up right now. Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for joining. So I want to begin by acknowledging that when we speak about governing artificial intelligence, we're not only talking about technology, but We're talking about relationships between people, lands, knowledge, and the systems we're choosing to build, especially when it comes to AI. For many Indigenous communities, these conversations are not new. The idea that decisions made today honor those who came before us and protect those yet to come, the next 7 generations, is a principle that has guided governance long before algorithms existed. So the question before us is not simply how do we regulate AI, but how do we shape it in a way that reflects responsibility, respect, and reciprocity. And with that, I'd like to hand it off to the panelists to introduce themselves. Start with you, Dana.
Masi Cho Shalaknai, thank you very much, all of my relations. I'm the former chief of the Vantakwichin First Nation. We declared the first climate change emergency in Canada, leading through Assembly of First Nations, the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat of the Arctic Council, as well as the Parliament of Canada themselves. But more importantly, my work, the voice that I speak with you today is not my own, but carried across our lands by my ancestors and the birthright of future generations. So using that voice today to make room for artificial intelligence adoption by Indigenous nations in a sovereign manner, and basically seeding what I'm calling the Indigenous Digital Confederacy. Masi.
How's this working? Good? Well, great to see everybody here. Elders, Sego. I'm George Lafond. The only introduction is the fact that I'm a father of 4 children, 3 beautiful Indigenous girls and 1 boy, and learning on the go being a father. They raised some of us babies, young women and young men, and I know nothing about being a father. It just every day kept learning something new and new. And so this whole issue of governance, in my view, is the same way. When in the 1980s, I've been around for about 45 years in public service, we were dealing with constitutional rights. And what did constitutional rights mean to us? We knew what it meant. And I was an advisor to the federal government on the issue. We understand, for many of us in the room, would remember devolution, the Indian Affairs process of devolution. I used to call it, I had an uncle who served in Vietnam, and I called it the Saigon execute. They sort of just left the shredding machines and the photocopying machines back in the band office and said, control, you got it now. And so there was no capacity, and so along the way, we sort of saw and created our own systems of governance. And I'll talk about how governance has evolved from those 1980s to where we are today. And of course, my good friend is going to talk about AI. So I'll pass it over.
Anin, Bojo, Jeff Ward, Dishnakas, Nimiki Kiwizan Sindigo, Makwandodam, Tridiwan Donjaba, Lakwangin, Indao. Hi everybody, my name is Jeff Ward. I am originally from Manitoba. I'm Ojibwe and Métis, member of Sandy Bay Ojibwe Nation, with Métis roots as well. And I currently live on Lekwungen territory, colonially known as Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Bear Clan and CEO at Animiki Indigenous Technology. I started the company in 2003. My background is software developer, product designer, and so today we're a team of about 30 focused on building our Indigenous data sovereignty platform called NIWIN, and we build all of our projects and custom data platforms for communities, Indigenous focused organizations, and yeah, been doing that for quite a while. And in the context of governance, our role as technologists in building data platforms is really to support the governance of the communities that we support. Miigwech.
Thank you all for introducing yourselves. So as we begin this discussion, I invite us to think beyond imminent risks and benefits that AI has for our communities, but think about what kind of ancestors do we want to be through the choices we make today when it comes to AI. So what does meaningful governance of data look like in the context of the work you do?
I have experienced a lot of hesitancy across nations and communities across Canada in holding formal discussions around artificial intelligence. But once those discussions do happen, you see a lot of the inherent genius of communities and quickly asking for the next steps to get towards action. So I really want to dispel, because artificial intelligence is a whirlpool that we can get lost in the intricacies in a different language, but it actually all starts with a community's constitution, with their traditional constitution, the laws that they had learned from the land, and that's what fundamentally changes the applications of technology. So inherent Indigenous governance from the Haudenosaunee Cree systems, the pursuit of happiness coming from the Six Nations that helped birth one of the most transformative government systems in the world through the United States. But look at how they've been co-opted by capital. And now I tell people the United States isn't a country, it's 5 corporations in a trench coat. And look at the Chinese Communist Party. Thank you. If we're not laughing, we're crying, right? The Chinese Communist Party, they have capital as well. They have billionaires, but no one is more powerful than the CPP. And this shows us around the elements that govern us. And really quickly, before handing it over, if you read the writings between Monroe and Thomas Jefferson around the inception of the American government, Monroe was saying we need to create central banks that back up the federal banks, that back up the state banks, so we can extend through credit more money and stimulate our entrepreneurs and economies. And this is key. Thomas Jefferson in a letter wrote, "You are crazy. If you create these financial entities, they will gain so much power, they will punch political vacuums and usurp our sovereignty." And look at where we are today. So a community and Indigenous nations and communities have to be respected by approaching this at a grassroots level, that this is nothing outside of your governance. This should not be outside the laws of your lands and your peoples. And you have this. And on that note, it should be Indigenous peoples that are really innovating this, because they've created the blueprints of sovereignty in the face of extraction. And the way that AI is being pushed on the world is nothing short of digital colonialism. And we have all seen this before, and it will not end well. Merci.
That was remarkable. Let me go from this perspective. So I was a tribal chief for a number of years, and Jackie knows this. I was a tribal chief of the Saskatoon Tribal Council, and so what's a tribal chief? Basically, it was what they call a first among equals. You had 7 chiefs, and they chose you to lead them through a number of issues. And I said, in terms of governance, and there was no models of governance that we could rely on. And I think in some ways, and I think Jonathan, even the previous speaker, Jonathan, talked about this, that, even among our own people, the diversity is there. And so I had 4 Cree, 2 Anishinaabe, and 1 Dakota. I had 2 that were Treaty 4, I had 4 that were Treaty 6, and I had the Dakota people who had the inherent right because they didn't sign treaties. And so there I was as a tribal chief trying to govern a tribal council that had about 10,000 citizens in it, and probably half of them were urban, most of them were urban. And so, I had to deal between the cultural issues. Anishinaabes were a little bit suspicious of the Cree. The Dakotas obviously were very strong and strident in their positions, and if you know Chief Darcy Bear, Jack, you know Chief Darcy Bear. What Darcy Bear says, you stop and listen. I had large bands that were in population. I had small bands that were in population. Most of our funding was based on per capita. So there was always a suspicion that someone was getting more than the other. So you always had to keep your governance channels open, and you always had to keep the conversations open, building up what I call social capital, so that if anything ever slid into the ditch, you could say, "Hey, we've been through this before. We can work together." The second thing that's emerging, I think, over the time was it's not only themes, and I think this is another thing that Jonathan spoke about. The themes are changing dramatically. I mean, you take a look at what happened in Ottawa this week. You know, we're arguing about denialism among the chiefs, and here we are in a city over, and we're talking about AI. All of this eventually comes to a funnel, which is our chiefs and councils. They have to deal with membership, they have to deal with housing, and all of a sudden we have to say, oh, by the way, there's something coming down the road called AI that you have to be familiar with, right? The other thing that's coming along, of course, obviously, and I've seen this, and Mitch, I don't know, you said you were at a Sundance. I was at a Sundance a couple of weeks ago also, and I've seen this evolving over time. The gender balance is changing dramatically. And so when I was seeing people make Sundance sacrifice, 2/3 were women. It was 1/3 men. I was at, Jack, I don't know if it's the same thing for you, but when I went to the Saskatchewan Institute of Technology's graduation convocation, 300 graduates walked across the stage like this. 2/3, 200, were women, and 1/3 were men. So you'd have to sort of say, if you looked at those indicators of success, there is an imbalance happening in our community where the women are doing more, and that's going to change how we govern ourselves. Because as you know, there's a certain rule inside of group dynamics. If you have 3 and 10 in the room, that will change the room. The way they behave will change the culture of the room. We're seeing that in the Canadian Army. It's a very male-dominated situation. We're seeing what's happening inside the Army culture. If we had more women inside of positions of power, I can guarantee you we would change. We're seeing that in First Nation communities. Now, it's good in the sense that women are taking their leadership because they'll change how we see the world as Indigenous leaders, as Indigenous men. I'm telling you, if we had more Indigenous women planning our communities, you'd probably see more playgrounds, you'd probably see more safe spots, right? You'd probably see more preventative action. And so I think even as our demographics are changing, you're seeing how we change, how we govern ourselves. The issues are dramatic. Now, and I think, Jack, I'm relying on you. Jackie and 2 other individuals in Saskatchewan have a significant burden of history on them. 150 years ago, we signed a treaty. It was called Treaty 6, one of the most significant treaties that was signed in Canada. It was one of the number treaties. 50 years ago, under the Indian Act, our leaders stood up and said, we have to create our own institutions. And we created 3 institutions: the Federated Cooperative, which eventually became the First Nations University, the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology, and the Cultural Center. They basically said, if we have a future, we have to create our own institutions. So they created our own institutions, but the governance systems were still based, in my view, kind of an Indian Act model. And over the last year, and Jackie, we know that there has been ups and downs. What is an appropriate, culturally appropriated, Indigenous-driven governance system that actually governs Indian institutions in the 21st century? Now, again, Jonathan raised the issue. These institutions get 1-year funding, 1-year cycle of funding. Most non-Indigenous group organizations, which he listed, probably get a 5-year Treasury Board funding. So how can we have a strategy on anything, healthcare, dental care, on a 1-year fund? You can't even predict where your funding is going to be in 4 or 5 years, right? So we've taken a broken model. The Indian Act never worked, okay? And we're trying to make the best out of it. And yet we still survive. 50 years later, we have kind of, through a lot of work and effort, we've governed 3 institutions into the 21st century. And now we have to deal with AI because we know that AI is not going to escape. I can guarantee you, Jackie, your students are using it, okay? And I can guarantee you, probably most of your professors are on their back foot saying, what is this? What's happening here? I think we're seeing that in some of the other mainstream societies where they're saying, my God, I think someone said they captured some of their students and they said, we're going to now give you an oral exam. And I think 40% dropped the class because they knew that their exams were actually done by AI. So I think in some ways, again, the governance models that we're facing today have changed dramatically. It's a messy job. Part of it's science, and part of it's art. I think the art part is us, our cultural people. As I said, Anishinaabe, do you disagree? Anishinaabes see the world slightly different than Crees, even in ceremony. I had to be a tribal chief one time, and we were doing a pipe ceremony, and the Anishinaabe elders came to me and said, we don't do it that way. And you're trying to be a tribal leader where you're trying to say, okay, well, I'm not a cultural person here, but how do I govern this? There's no protocols on this. I have to get you through the day here. And so even I, as an Indigenous leader, had to sit down and learn from my elders as to what were the proper protocols with cultural ceremonies. Anishinaabe people tend not to be verbal. Cree people, as you've learned from me, tend to be very verbal. As a Cree person, I would take nonverbal as an agreeance. Sometimes it wasn't about agreeance. And we would run into these conflicts. And so I guess my point on governance, Madam Chair, is the fact that, and I think I wanted to build off what Jonathan had to say, that even among us, of the 640 nations that are out here in Canada, we're grappling with a lot of governance issues. I told you the Delta, denialism, fentanyl issues, homelessness. It all comes down to being a chief, right? Eventually, you're seen as the leader, and you have to make decisions. And all of a sudden, the 21st century is throwing you AI. And that AI is, and I said this before, whether you like it or not, AI is capitalism on speed. It's about quickness, the cycle is moving fast. So that's where I think governance is. Ken, over to you.
Okay, governance, right. That's the panel. Okay, very good. Just enthralled, listening, the Anishinaabe listening to the Cree, just being all quiet. So my role in supporting governance, data governance, AI governance is not as a former chief. I don't have that experience, but I don't want it, he says. But it's as a technologist building tech for communities for the past 20 plus years. And when it comes to terminology, like people would come and ask me, hey, we want to build a platform or an app or some software. We want something custom because software that are available off the shelf, when software was in boxes and you could buy it off of a shelf, that's when I started the business. I started my company before the iPhone, iPad, social media, long time ago. So I've seen a lot of technology waves, right, come and go. And so when people show up at my door asking for something custom, we didn't always have the word data sovereignty. But it was all about how do we design data structures that are unique to their use cases as a community or as an organization, and creating something that supported their governance and how they wanted to govern themselves. And in sitting in circle, talking about tech before we write a line of code, we learned over time as an Anishinaabe person, one of our values being humility. In tech and in big tech, there's not a lot of humility. There's a lot of top-down techno-solutionism. We have all of the solutions. You have all of the problems, and here's our solution. Here's your technological solution. And again, it's been happening through all of the waves of technology that I've seen in my career, and it's also happening now with AI. We're being handed solutions. Hey, you need this. This will solve everything. This will make you more efficient. This will make you, and so we're still sitting in circle with community before we build data platforms. And our process, we call it pathfinding, and we spend so much time asking with humility, what is your governance values and principles, and what are your systems of how you make decisions, and how might we encode that into the software that we are building together, and how might we encode that governance in the structures of how the data is designed. Because so many times we've had, as Indigenous peoples, to put our data in other colonial buckets that were designed by the colonizer. And so now we have the opportunity, as we always have, and we've had the sovereign right to define what information is important to the community to be stored, how it should be stored, should it even be stored, how is it shared, what times of the year can certain information be shared, and my role and our role as a company at Animiki is to create something that is flexible enough and that is not one size fits all. Because again, this is with big technology, it's like, here's our product, do you want this? And maybe you have a couple of settings you can tweak, but it may not fit their use case. So that's sort of how I come to this notion of governance and AI governance. And Jonathan said something earlier, no conversation about AI doesn't start with data sovereignty and data governance. And so I think we're seeing it, a lot of people in this room, this bottom-up approach, right? This sort of like community-centered, community-driven approach, rather than what we see in big technology is like this top-down approach. And honestly, like frankly, with a top-down Canadian AI sovereignty, for all approach, right? And so how can we think of bottom-up as well as top-down, and where can we meet in the middle and collaborate? Language.
Thank you. Over the past day and a half, we've heard a lot around accountability of AI systems and what that looks like. So where do we see tensions existing between AI governance and Indigenous governance?
Well, see, I appreciate this question. In my own personal work in artificial intelligence, infrastructure, and implementation over the past 3 years, I have faced a lot of criticism and constructive criticism, even within my own family, which has been very interesting because recently I've had a breakthrough that I've been trying to assimilate so much feedback, being so cautious that I lost my voice. And I was speaking to the fears that were out there when that's not what I see. My people have shown me strength and what leadership looks like and how to approach issues of tension and leaving everybody more empowered for being a part of that discussion. So the real tension lies in the language, because no matter how technical this can get, and even though there are technical solutions, zero trust, peer-to-peer networks with military-grade encryption bounced off of private satellites to military-grade modular data centers, what people, through the supersymmetry of their own inherent wisdoms, they're not so much interested in the technicalities, they acutely understand the power dynamics and that imbalance, which is why I think we're talking about artificial intelligence as the zenith of colonialism in a neoliberal capitalist society in the sixth extinction age. Some of the tensions for me are very well established through Silicon Valley. And I'm so astounded at how terribly they're introducing this technology and pushing it on to people. When I was in leadership, my sister once told me, be very careful about the things and the endeavors and what you choose to pursue. She said, the more things that you push outside of your community, the more things that you will be responsible for. And that's how you get nailed. It should be coming from the community. It should be their aspirations. And look at Silicon Valley. They have nothing for community, nothing for citizens. And I'll give you a very easy example. We have the technology where every municipality, every region, we could have an app where minutes from the legislative assembly, from municipalities, from chief and councils, we could have all verified and authenticated data, how our government works, permitting process, zoning, bylaws, all of this centralized in one app that empowers citizens. But what do we get? Facebook, which drives our communities apart. I can't believe people still aren't talking about Cambridge Analytica. I mean, these CEOs should be in jail. And the major tension comes is these machinations and the empowerment of capital, going back to what I had said about the central banks and governance. What people don't understand is people who are protesting these major hyperscale data centers in these communities, you're baked into the share price. Think about that for a moment. You're already baked in. And this overt displacement, it shows us something more profound. And this is where I believe the tension really sits at a subconscious level. And what I tell people is that the elders in my community, because I wasn't elected a chief, I was made one by the women in my community, by the men who established our agreements. And they gave me something that Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and Bill Gates will never have, and that's enough. Where is that line? Because to me, there's nothing more profane than our children being treated as a commodity and raw material for prediction and analysis. Children, that is a straight violation. So to address those tensions, we need to approach our communities and our people in respecting youth and respecting the elders, and that's what engages us in the middle. And the reason why I've dedicated my work towards Indigenous peoples, because you already have the next step of society. When in your communities, you're figuring out how to apply technology through microgrids in sustainable manners, where you're looking at how to control the modern world under ancient pretexts. And that's not happening to the same degree in Vancouver, where they put up Musqueam words when the Olympics shows up. Or in Toronto, where they have a series of Inuksuks at Toronto Pearson International that actually denote a graveyard. Now, I don't know who set that up, but they didn't know what they were doing. And so the real difference becomes, are we human beings in a job, racing a market, creating shareholder values, or are we humans being? Because if we don't remember who we are, our tools will continue to wield us, and we will no longer wield them. That's where the tension lies, and that's where Aboriginals, Indigenous, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit have already created the blueprint of sovereignty in the face of extraction, and each one of you and your communities are going to lay the blueprints for every other community in the world. Because more powerful than any military, than any government, than any technology is an idea that's time has come. Let's see.
Yeah, I would love to follow up on that. AI is not real. It's not real. At a very young age, I wanted to be a coach and a teacher. I was very successful in being able to do that. And I got to know that you can look like an athlete, but unless you can put the puck in the net or put the ball in the hoop, you're not the athlete. You can look like an athlete. In some ways, that's what AI has done to us. It makes us look like we're intelligent. It makes us look like we're smart. It makes us look like we're doing something great. It makes us look like we're selling a product that the world needs and wants. But in fact, it's kind of a facsimile, right? I take a look at AI. The first Pathfinders, they presented something on language, and I thought, that's fantastic. And we're going to get to this question about where you think we're going to be in 7 generations. Let me jump to that. I would like to think, because again, I grew up on a common experience for most people in my generation. I grew up on an Indian reserve, grew up around my Indian grandparents, Kokum and Mushums on both sides. lived in their houses. The houses were run by women. My mother was one of the first women chiefs in 1960, so trust me, I know something about governance from a women perspective. She was a tribal chief in the 60s. They thought in Cree. I can speak Cree, but I don't think in Cree. All right, I think in a very colonized kind of way of doing things. I think in 7 generations, if AI can get us to learn our language, but it can't get us to think like Indigenous people. We're losing that because it's a part of being on the land, it's a part of kinship. And I think in some ways we're kidding ourselves if we can just simply learn a language and say, there, you know, I've got my culture. And I'm kind of saying, and I'm telling you, man, we're a long ways away from where we were 40 and 50 and 60 years ago, like how our grandparents thought. I mean, just the concept of love, Wokotowin, we can say Wokotowin all we want to our grandchildren, but we have to show them what love is. I mean, just the way in which my mother would greet her sisters, it was just, you just knew they loved each other. It was just, and we were dirt poor. You don't need money to love. You don't need money to respect. And so in some ways, you know, what AI has done to us is that it seems to me that's kind of like, it's made us believe that we're great and we're a first world country, and look at we've got computers, we've got an iPad, we got a phone. But in my view though, we got to be very careful. There has to be demarcation of how far AI can take us. So going back to being a coach, I have a daughter who's in law school and she's writing her articles. And you know, she was stressed out and I said, look, first of all, going to law school, and she's doing graduate studies. And I said, trust the process, trust it. If it's a good professor and it's a good school, trust the process. That's their job. Kind of like AI, between the blue lines. AI is between the blue lines. It'll set you up to play. It'll get you out of the defensive zone or get you into the offensive zone. But from the blue line in, it's up to you. You have to trust yourself. Do I pass? Or do I shoot? Or do I deke? Or what do I do with it? Okay? In some ways, that makes you an athlete. That makes you a coach. AI can't take the shot. AI can't take the pass. So in some ways, when you ask the question, what is AI into conflict? I think that's just it. We have to control AI and know what it means. And it can't make us phonies. Because let me tell you, my elders know phonies. They knew exactly who was the bullshitters in the crew, all right? And we got to get back to that.
Anything to add, Jeff?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, so where do we see tensions existing between AI governance and Indigenous governance systems?
So tensions between AI governance and Indigenous governance. So if AI is, you know, so-called moving at the speed of light and being driven by quarterly results, quarterly financials, stock prices, daily stock prices, how does that tension live within our communities when we are thinking 7 generations? From quarterly results to 7 generations. That to me is the tension, this move fast and break things ethos of Silicon Valley. At Animiki we say, how do we move slow and empower people? Because empowered people can move fast. And when we think about our communities in support of each other and lifting up the brilliance that our communities have today, we have the answers, we have the people, we have the talent, we see it in this room, we see it in our communities, we see it in the richness of our culture and in our languages. In the AI context, our languages are called low resource languages. They're the most rich language, our most rich resource that we have. And that is where our worldview is encoded. And that is not and can't be represented in just the fundamentals of how large language models are currently being coded if our languages and our worldview is not there. And so if you're trying to govern, I guess we've always had this tension of how do we work in a colonial context and still govern ourselves within Indigenous and traditional context, and then you layer on the Indian Act, and you layer that we have to govern within those systems, and so they're like what are the things that aren't going to change? Let's focus on that. And like as Indigenous peoples, we've always had to like work within these colonial systems and like create our own space and like decolonize or like hack. As a software developer, sometimes we got to hack systems and work within them and bust out of them and create our own systems. So what I love of the conversations here over the past couple of days is people, technologists looking to create net new ideas, technologies, and that are potentially even AI optional. One of the pitches yesterday, there's an option of like the community could like not turn on the AI features, right? And we have used Google and we've tried to shut off all the Gemini stuff in our workspace because I have like 20 years, and you think it's shut off and then a new icon just pops up and it keeps getting added even though you're saying no, we don't want that. And so it's just that tension between this sort of, again, top-down techno-solutionism, capitalism, quarterly results, when over here we're just trying to continue to thrive as people and within this colonial context.
Yeah, great, thank you all. 5 minutes, okay, then let's focus on what would success look like to you in 7 years or 7 generations from now if Indigenous communities were fully governing and participating in the AI landscape?
I'd love to take 10 minutes on this answer alone and share some funny stories with you all, but out of respect, I'll be concise with this. Throughout my own life, my father being born in a bombed out building in Lubeck in 1945 to a Jewish mother, my mother entering residential school at 4 years old in the Yukon, and my life journey throughout this, it's actually been a major epistemological journey into information and having to translate that to people in Congress, Senate, and ministers. And what I say is that Indigenous peoples' ideology of nature is not an arbitrary ideation. Indigenous peoples have recognized that nature is the ultimate technology, that nothing that has ever left the hand of man has been as renewable, self-sustaining, and knowledge-building writ large. And I believe the creation of artificial intelligence is the colonial pursuit of what they left behind, the true AI, ancestral intelligence. By, like Chief Seattle said, you bury your dead and leave them. You go across the oceans. In that connection, has authorized all of this. So AI's job will never replace our elders sitting around a fire with our youth. AI's job is to make that happen and to serve people. And I look forward to a day when my government does not force us to colonize ourselves by trying to implement an agreement with a treaty partner who doesn't even know who they are. That we can spend most of our time on the land with the truest technology, that every newborn has the opportunity to struggle and rediscover for themselves, because you can lay a mind before AI and the land. And if you let it all go, the mind with the land will continue to develop the same, while the one with AI will change. We have to stay with what's permanent, and that's where our future should be going.
Thank you very much for that. I guess for me, I look at these pathfinders. I mean, I was telling Lindsay, were we ever this young? Yeah, and I was trying to figure out when I first met them over here on the first day, I said, geez, I was trying to figure out what was going on in their minds, because, here we are in Montreal, one of the most cosmopolitan cities in Canada, a very beautiful city in the summertime. It's the #1 research center of AI in the world. I mean, it's fantastic. You're here, and I'm kind of going, my God, how do you feel? How do you think? For me, going to university, I said this, going to university, maybe about 30 of us on campus in the late 70s. You guys are unique. I think you got a great opportunity. Don't look for the big hits. I think for me, seeing success for you is don't look for the big hits. Ball games are won by single hits, getting on base, and trying to make it home. When I went for my first sweat in 1977, they bought in the pipe stem that signed the treaty in 1876, and I never thought anything of it. I thought, geez, I'm touching a pipe stem that our leaders smoked and signed with the Crown. 40 years later, I'm a treaty commissioner. A moment that happened almost 40 years ago has come around. I think for you Pathfinders, you're going to have moments in your life that you think you probably store away and may come back on you as a very positive thing. So absorb as much as you can about AI, learn from each other, try and keep in touch with each other, and who knows, in 40 years you might meet again on this very spot, and you're going to be the leaders of AI in our communities. So that to me is what success would be. And I think from the people I've met, from the Pathfinders I've met, you got a great possibility of making it around the bases, and I wish you all the best, and I'll see you at home.
So earlier Elaine mentioned that language is how we speak to our ancestors, and how is governance linking us to our ancestors. Peter Lucas was talking about AI won't save our language, we will. These are some things I wrote down. Dana was just talking about ancestral intelligence and the language as well. So the 7 generation timeline. Okay, 7 years. So many amazing people, also including here in this room, are working on language technologies. And so 7 years from now, maybe we have our kids learning languages from AI models that were built by and for us, nothing about us without us. And we have these tools. If we're successful in 7 years, we can leverage those. 7 generations, though, from now, watching the Avengers, when they get to Wakanda, and I see this on the big screen, I'm like, this is Indigenous tech at scale. So I want 7 generations, whatever the Anishinaabe version is of like that, that Wakanda. I want the Anishinaabe Wakanda, and like seriously, like in intergenerational. Like language fluency, I would want to see, 7 generations where we don't need to rely on AI to teach language. And thinking of AI from here to there more is what I learned from my friend Merrick, like an escapios or a helper, right, in ceremony, and how do you bring that into where we're headed? But hopefully, we will save our languages. Let's focus on the things that aren't going to change, and the things that are not going to change are time in circle, time with elders, time learning the language and creating that worldview and encoding that in our technologies, in our communities, and in our ceremonies and everything.
No time, George. We're at
time. We're like
time.
FIFA. We got extra time.
We got no extra time. I want to give it up to everyone on the panel for their time and expertise.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. All right. Now I'd like to welcome Benjamin Prudhomme to say some remarks. He's the Vice President of Policy, Safety, and Global Affairs here at MILA. He's also appointed the expert of the OECD AI Network, the United Nations Consultative Network of AI Experts, and UNESCO's AI Ethics Experts Without Borders. Oh my goodness. He also co-leads the Global Partnership on AI project, Creating Diversity and Substantive Equity in AI Ecosystems, and is involved with the International Scientific Report on the Safety of Advanced AI. Welcome. Good to see you again.
This one or this one? This one? There you go. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And as we come to the end of those incredible 2 days, I'm really deeply, deeply grateful and humbled for the conversations that you chose to have here with us at Mila. In my role here, I have the privilege of working with outstanding people and participating in many global conversations around the development and the governance of AI. This includes leading some of our work, as was just said, on the International AI Safety Report with 30 countries in the UN, as well as with the report on the United Nations. And the reason I mention that is that both of those global reports conclude something that sounds trivial, but that really isn't, which is that, quote, AI doesn't happen to us. And too often the current conversation on AI feels like it does, like there isn't another path, there isn't another way of building this technology, there isn't a way to build this technology that is by the communities, that serves the communities. And I mention that because I think that's what you've proven wrong in the last 2 days. As you create different spaces and different conversation, it became, at least to me in the room, so obvious that there's a different way to do that, and that when you create the spaces and you invite the people and the Indigenous communities in those spaces, the conversation becomes profoundly different, and the trajectories that we can imagine together about the development of AI are equally different. And so over the last 2 days, and I'm not going to do justice to everything we've heard, but 3 things I wanted to highlight that stayed with me. The first one is about how relational AI is when you start shifting this perspective. It's the reminder that, yes, we can talk about efficiency and optimization, but we could probably talk far more about the impact the technology will have on the way we relate to each other, on the way we relate to land, and on the way we relate to future generations. The other piece is data and sovereignty. So the need to accelerate the conversations around how we can ensure communities retain ownership, control, and agency over their knowledges, their stories. And I think something that certainly stuck with me is that includes infrastructure. So as Canada rolls out what they call sovereign infrastructure, what does that mean, for Indigenous communities? And would there be an opportunity to locate those on Indigenous lands? And the last one is around language, culture, and community. And it's something that we've had the chance of being involved here at Mila for the last few years, but how we can leverage AI not to replace, but to protect and to that's such a hard word in English, revitalize Indigenous languages, cultures, and community. And so while I'm not Indigenous myself, it's really been an honor to stand with you, to listen, and to support this crucial work in any way I can and in any way Mila can. We firmly believe that as non-Indigenous people, we have, and I think certainly someone said that yesterday, and I couldn't agree more, we have a responsibility, if we want to honor the past, to use the amazing institution we've built here at Mila to walk this path hand in hand and to enable opportunities, conversations, and just ultimately a different way of thinking about the technology. And so before I pass it to Elder Debbie DeLille to close our day, there's obviously a round of thank yous that I have, and I will ask you to be patient. Perhaps I will ask you not to applaud after every single one and to keep it till the end until I give you the sign. And I want to do it meaningfully. I really mean it when everybody or every organization that I'm going to talk about has had a crucial role in making this possible today. So first, to our co-host and partner, Abundant Intelligences, thank you for your partnership and for our shared vision. This has been instrumental, of course, in bringing this gathering to life. To our MC Mick, and here you are. Huge thank you for guiding us through those 2 days. It's always a very difficult role, and you've done it with warmth, energy, grace. You've really, I think, held a space for those conversations to happen. They're hard conversations, so it's not easy. Thank you. To the elders, thank you for your grounding presence, your wisdom, and for keeping us anchored in tradition, respect, and community throughout our time here. To the Pathfinders participants, and you're kind of gathered across the room, thank you for choosing to come to Mila. When we started this work 2 or 3 years ago, it wasn't obvious that we would open our doors and that people would want to do this work with us. And you've showed up so incredibly over the past 3 years. And so as you do that, you bring with you curiosity, energy, vision, and you really chart new trails in this space. So thank you for that. To our speakers and artists, thank you for sharing your insights, your vulnerability, your creativity. You have challenged us and given us a vision of what AI can look like when it's guided by Indigenous epistemologies and values. And I just want to say it's obviously, as you can imagine, not something we do all the time, opening gatherings like this with music, with singing, with drumming. And I'm looking at my CEO. Yesterday, we were having the conversation about how that creates just a completely different space and energy. So thanks for making that possible. Then to our sponsors, as you can imagine, events like this, they require a lot of people, but they also require resources and commitment. So I want to extend our gratitude to TELUS, ICTC, BDC, CBC, Heritage Lab, Connected Mind, Magnet, and Native Montreal. And then behind the scenes, that's the other thing. So it just really takes an army to create those events. And so I want to make sure that we honor that too. To our Indigenous Initiatives team, a massive heartfelt thank you to Lindsay Chartrand, Margaret McKenzie, Jake Séguin, and Laetitia Vu. Your leadership, dedication, and tireless work made this possible. And as you can imagine, these were 2 days, but they've been working on this for months and months. To our teams across Mila, our events and ecosystem team, communications, legal, finance, executive office, and AV team, Cal, Pablo, Ludovic, Miriam, Emily, Jessica, thank you so much. It's a very invisible role, but it's not less important. Thank you. Our volunteers, so for this to go smoothly, we had lots of volunteers for the different organizations that I just named, so thanks for giving your time and your energy. Last but not least, the participants. So all of you chose to really bring your energy for 2 days here. You could have chosen to go elsewhere. I certainly agree that this gathering was deserving of our presence. But I want to honor that you chose to spend your time and bring your wisdom here. Those conversations are not possible if people don't show up and don't feed with them and don't listen to them. So as we pack up and head back to our respective corners of the world, I hope we and you can carry that energy, the connections, and the ideas we generated in this room forward with us. Mila will continue to be committed to supporting, to listening, and to championing these vital spaces. And I'm really, really grateful that you chose to share those with us for 2 days. Thank you. And now I'm going to just invite us to applaud everybody I've just named for their contributions. Thank you, and I'll now invite Elder Debbie Dillil to set off our day in a good way. Thank you.
I hadn't really planned to bring that, but it's so relevant on the past 2 days. I'll make reference to it in a bit. I was going to start by, I have a notebook there, maybe 10 pages full of notes and reflections. And I also have a list. But I think my closing will, you'll hear all that in my closing, which I had prepared before. So somebody and some people are guiding me through this. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background, more about me and how my family influenced my growing up in these two worlds. when I was young, my father was a chief. Well, they used to call them mayors in those days. So I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but anyway. And I came home one day from school and I said, Dad, how come we're the last ones to get water and sewer? And we're the last ones to get the roads paved in front of our house or the gravel, whatever. And he goes, because as leaders, Debbie, our people come first. That was the first lesson. Second, I was about 10 years old, and my grandfather was on his deathbed, and he wanted to see me and my cousin, and he asked us what we learned in school. And we said, look, Dad, we're shy, and I was sharing this with my elder here. And I said, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Well, it wasn't math in those days, it was arithmetic. And he said, did you learn French? Living in Quebec, right? Because we had French class. And I was shy. We were looked at each other and, yeah. And he says, well, what did you learn? And we didn't know what to say. So we sang him Frère Jacques. And his tear comes down. And as a 10-year-old, I didn't really understand what was going on, what was happening. And he said to us, you go and you learn that. He said, so nobody will be able to talk to you behind your back. Now, as a 10-year-old, you're growing up and it's your friends and you're saying, don't talk about me, look at their gossiping and their, But when you grow up, you understand what that message was. So growing up, and then here comes, I'm 14 years old, shoot, I'll tell you, in 1967. And here comes Expo 67, Man in His World. So my father is the Commissioner General of the Indians of Canada Pavilion. I'm 14 years old. I'm listening. We're sitting around the supper table, and because that was a rule in my house. We all had to be there for supper and share and listen. And so it was about the realities of our people right across Canada. And there was a lot of leadership across Canada that didn't want that to be shown. And one of the leaders here, it was the mayor of Montreal, Jean Drapeau, supported it. So that was quite, and I shared that with doing the opening for the swearing-in ceremony of the new mayor of Montreal. And I had a picture. So it was very relevant at the time. So that kind of prepared me for, without realizing at the time, for how I was going to live in this balance of the two worlds, right? So the painting reflects that, and I'll get to that in a second. I just wanted to share that with you. So the past 2 days, they have again been most memorable for me, an experience of learning together and working together. And the pitches from the Pathfinder students have demonstrated that, and the power of their own intelligence. And we are seeing, as was mentioned in one of the panels, we will be forever guided by the wisdom of our ancestors. What we can't forget, though, is what's happening, really the realities of what's happening in our own communities and the healing that needs to take place and is taking place. We're bringing in all these new systems, AI, what have you, but we still have a lot of support, and we still need a lot of support and healing to work in our communities because of our history and our traumas. So there have been many reflections on all of that these past 2 days. But I want to begin with this image and caption representing the pathways to Indigenous AI, right here. This logo, I haven't seen it anywhere, unfortunately, but I'm here promoting it. And it was entitled, Tatanka Leads the Way with Honor and Respect by Lakota artist Simsu Guktrack. In it, I was drawn to the footprints of Tatanka. That was the first year you brought it out, right? For me, they symbolize what is left behind as he moves forward. They do not disappear. They are forever present and follow him as he moves forward. They represent the honor and respect he carries with him as teachings from the ancestors. At the last gathering session last year, a question was presented. What could AI look like if it was created by us, for us, with us? Since then, much has been done to answer that question, and much is continuing and is moving faster than I could have imagined. We have seen this in the sharing of the past 2 days. We are doing the creating by us, for us. The value is human creativity. The words of my father come to mind. For those of you who may not know, my father is one of the founding fathers of the National Indian Brotherhood, and then became the Indians of Quebec Association, and now it's the AFN, and negotiating with the Crees and all over. And so his buddies are Sol Sanderson from Saskatchewan, and I just got lost. Anyway, from Kuujjuaq, Charlie Watt. And I had the privilege of meeting these people and learning from them, and it's amazing. So that's where my background comes from, and my human creativity comes from learning from them. And so my father passed in 2019, so I was left with this big, huge trunk of papers, of information you wouldn't believe. Not only the information that he taught me, but the information that he left me for my community. So I'm going through those papers, and I'm getting asked to look through them by our own present leadership. But this is one that I'm going through them, and I found this, and it resonated with me, and I've been carrying it with me. And it's so relevant to what we've been talking for the past 2 days. In order to have a peaceful, trusting, and long-lasting relationship, the parties must seek a formula which is not encumbered by established rules of conduct, but must seek out new and old, untried formulas for coexistence. We must not always refer to the rule book. It might be out of date. We must use our vision and imagination to coexist in peace and harmony. So from a traditional way of thinking, we as Indigenous peoples operate from, and we were talking about that with Jackie, a holistic perspective. What does that look like? And because the systems we adopt, adapt, or incorporate do not, we're always challenged with figuring out ways to not incorporate, but to come from a place of our culture and language as the foundation and incorporate the outside systems as tools to express that. We talked about AI being a tool. I've also added a new meaning for AI in reference to us, by us, for us. We talked about ancestral intelligence, and now I have learned Arctic intelligence, because that's a people and a place that I don't know too much about. And I'm determined to learn more about that culture. And I think could AI help us learn about each other's culture across this nation? And in respect to that, there was a dream that was shared with me by an individual during our midwinter ceremony. And I don't know him, but he had a feeling that he needed to tell me this dream. So at break time, he shared it with me. And it was about a feast on the mountain, Jogge, here in Montreal. So he met with an elder and a medicine woman. They prepared it, and they had this feast for his family on the mountain, because he felt that the spirit of the mountain was escaping or was not even there. So he shared that with me, and I said, okay, thank you. It really, and then it started to resonate with me over the days and the weeks, and then I'm invited to do an opening for Racism Week. And I started to think about that, and I said, well, first of all, I was thinking about racism is such a negative word. And I said, it should be unity building. So I started to think, and I thought about this dream. So I did my research, and just in Montreal, and I said originally came over from United Kingdom, France, Spain, and Italy. And then we have the immigrant, maybe 15 plus. The list goes on. And I said to myself, wow, imagine if we had a feast. All the nations that exist here in the city of Montreal, with our nations who were originally from the Jojage, from the Great Mountain, and we had a feast, a unity feast. Imagine, would that be a model for the world, cities of the world? So there was one of the counselors from one of the boroughs there, and she said, after I was finished, and she said to me, "Are you serious?" And I said, "Excuse me, you're damn right I am." And so just about 3 weeks ago or so, we met in her borough, which is Côte-de-Neige. And Côte-de-Neige happens to, Outremont is in Côte-de-Neige, which is the place of the big fire, the original big fire. Coincidence or not? I don't believe in coincidences. So we met, and we're on a journey of how this can happen within just a borough, and possibly something, transmitting as over into the other boroughs and slowly building a unity in the city. So I asked her, I says, well, what do you know about each other? You want to learn about me and the Indigenous people that occupy this territory, but what about you who are here now? Where do you come from? Who are your ancestors? Where are you Indigenous from? Are you learning from each other? Or are you bringing that here? Whoops, So there is that needs. Can AI help that situation in terms of learning about each other instead of protesting and fighting against each other here when it's over there? Just something to kind of think about. So we talked a lot about that. So in her cultural center, we'll be starting to see and develop a plan on how that could evolve and happen there. So I just needed to share that with you. Minister Solomon made a reference to Canada's position regarding AI. There was a question last year, and it reminded me of it. And it was, in a talking circle, we had talking circles, about if Canada could be at the forefront with AI. We talked about in the circle, there was about maybe 6, 7 of us. This was my answer. My response was, well, sure. If it was founded and led by and with Indigenous knowledge and wisdom. And if Indigenous means the people of the land from where their feet meet the land from which they originate, then aren't we not all Indigenous, original peoples from the lands of our ancestors? If Canada understood and accepted this about each and every one of its members, then could Canada be at the forefront? If our connection to AI is inescapable, then there is still much to be discussed. Of particular importance to me, and it came up here today, is our spirituality. If spirituality is our interconnectedness and responsibility to nature and all of creation, and that we, as spiritual beings, are having this human experience, how can anything such as artificial intelligence make reference to this? How do we keep the sacred out of AI? So allow me to share this painting with you, as it represents for me all that we have shared here in this gathering space. This is a painting, the last painting of my brother 2 weeks before he began his journey back to the spirit realm. And I got it after he passed. You see, my brother was gifted the knowledge of our traditional teachings from the ancestors in a most amazing way. It wasn't taught to him in a book. It wasn't taught to him, and it just came to him. His responsibility was to share that knowledge. I supported him and urged him to do that. Unfortunately, it was a time when many of our people rejected or were reluctant to return to the old ways. He was afraid of being scorned and criticized and told me the people are not ready. So he shared his gift through his paintings. This is one of them. I have about 50 of them. He's interpreted about maybe 20 of them. So he comes to me in a dream. And well, this painting took me, because we didn't talk about it and I didn't know what he meant by it, it took me about maybe 10, almost 2 weeks to kind of figure it out, and all of a sudden I got this aha moment. And here it describes, if you look at it deep enough, it reflects the importance of protecting our ways as we walk on our journey's path, protected by nature on both sides and all around us. At the same time, it recognizes the concept of the two-eyed seeing, being aware of the sensitivity and understanding the integration of Indigenous and Western worldviews. So it's so representative. And I was just telling my friend last night, I said, I had a dream the night before yesterday, 2 nights ago, I guess. And it was my brother. And he made me go with him to buy a suit jacket. I don't know what, but that was the dream. I don't know, but I think he was coming here. You know, so it was just strange, but that's what happened. So I said, I think I need to bring this and share it with you. So he comes to me in a dream at another time, and he asks me to interpret his paintings. And I said, I can't. We're sitting at my kitchen table, and he's talking to me about this, and I said, Andrew, I said, I can't do that. What do you ask? And he goes, I'll help you. So I said, well, if you help me, then okay. So I've started to put his paintings in front, and I sit there and I just kind of reflect on them to see what is the message. And it's all the teachings. So maybe you'll get one next year, you'll see. I don't know. So if we are going to continue to develop a relationship with artificial intelligence, then we must not forget our teachings. It is those teachings that we have kept and carried forward that contribute to our survival. So AI needs to be grounded in Indigenous wisdom and intelligence. Perhaps as we explore the intra and interdisciplinary opportunities, pressures, and challenges, some of which we shared at this gathering, we can continue our discovery of new and/or recover ways of moving forward for the well-being of our collective in relation to AI. So I'd like to just close this gathering with the words that come before all else, which I opened with in my language, with the hope that we'll continue to be guided by our ancestors and that we remain grounded as we all move forward, sharing, learning, teaching, hearing, listening, and caring for each other as we move towards a future with or without AI. Every day is a day of gratitude, thanksgiving, and honor. We send greetings and thanks with our gathered one mind for our ongoing peace to all of humankind, to our mother the earth, to the waters that flow, to corn beans and squash, the sisters we grow, to the plants that are fruit, to the medicines too, to the four-legged animals for all that you do, to the sweetwater maple and all of the trees, to the birds that we hear, to the winds and the breeze, to grandfather thunders, to eldest brother the sun, to grandmother moon, our minds are now one, to the stars in the sky, to the teachers who share our ancestors' wisdom and teach us to care. To all of creation, these words are now done, but our thanks continues and our minds are now one. Nyawa, Miigwech, thank you. See.
it. That's it. We're done.
Thank you for coming. You're free.
We're gonna sing. We're gonna sing a song. Yay.